I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
You got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Hoping that I found the words to say you mean the world to me. When it's getting dark, you make it turn to brighter days. You found a way to lift me up, even when it's getting rough. You don't ever turn your back or walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't walk away. Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the reg, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip.
Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3. Chorus on the phone.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm
Like a dream, I think I see one.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the cold blue, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the cold blue, but you the one shining bright. Move it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight?
Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura, world number 1 versus world number 2, the ultimate dream final. And the first game delivered. Magnus Carlsen with early ambition, sacrificing a pawn for activity, for space, and trying to put pressure on Hikaru right from the start.
Oh,
Wow.
big move, big move.
Big move on the board. It's a pawn sacrifice from the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. I was talking about setting up this move with a pawn push first, but Magnus says, no, I'm going to blow open the flank.
But Hikaru is one of the best defenders out there. And for a long time, he held firm. It was tense, it was tactical, and it looked like Hikaru might just hold. But then, a fatal bishop move. One slip from Hikaru, and there was no way back. Calm, smooth, clinical. Carlsen converts, and he takes the lead.
An opening! No! I said it at just the wrong moment!
Oh my goodness!
He moves his bishop away. It's very unclear the point of that move. Does Magnus have an immediate knockout?
And now Hikaru needs to win to take it to tiebreaks. In the match for third place, with a ticket to the next Grand Slam on the line, Fabiano Caruana made a huge step. Against Vincent Keymer, he enjoyed a tiny edge for a long time. Vincent defended with incredible resilience, but in time trouble, the game slipped away. Fabi had an extra piece, and with a checkmate incoming, Vincent resigned. Fabi leads 1-0, but it's not over yet. One game left for Keymer to come back and force tiebreaks. Arjun Erigaisi continued his brilliant tournament, beating Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to take the lead in the battle for 5th place. The fight for 7th place, Nepomniachtchi caught Nodirbek Abdusattorov in a beautiful mating net to take the lead. 4 decisive matches, everything still on the line. Magnus leads, Fabi leads. Hikaru and Vincent have to strike back. It's the grand final in Paris. You stay tuned with us.
Hello, everyone. We are here from Paris, from the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam, second leg, and it's the final day. What an excitement. We are going to see the second game of the finals. And after that, if it's going to be equal, we are going to see the playoff until we do have a winner today. So this will be exciting, amazing. I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and next to me again, Peter Leko, top star, chess player, coach as well. And we were here together witnessing how unfolds this Grand Slam series. What I want to ask you first, yesterday, Magnus won the game with a huge battle, took incredible energy from him, and even in the last move, Hikaru had a drawing option, which he missed. What do you think? How can Nakamura come here today and bounce back? What the strategy can be?
Yeah, thank you, Judith. Welcome, everyone. That was a special day yesterday. What a game it was. I felt like we just couldn't even leave that game for 1 second because we would lose the general flow, the natural flow of this entertainment, this excitement that the two players battled. If somebody thinks only about this last final mistake by Hikaru, that's completely wrong, because the reason why someone makes a mistake like this, because the game was so complex, so nerve-wracking, so difficult. You already had to have difficult decision to make, and Hikaru was fighting back. He was fighting for his life. Just when it looked like he can maybe make a draw, then he hallucinated. We know how brutal chess is, that the natural move would have been the good move, but we had Levon in our studio, he was also saying, but wait a second, and then he discovered the saving only move for black, yeah, which probably Hikaru missed, and that's why was the error. Magnus takes the lead. I also heard Hikaru was saying at some point in the middle game, he thought that he might have also the advantage. He was searching for, so it was based actually on misjudgment. Goes on to show how complex this game was.
And we have here again Nicholas Huschenberg. Welcome. The question to you is where the players are getting their energy, because both players in the qualification phase, they played 11 games, which means 11 different positions. After that, they went into the knockout phase. Both of them, they won their matches in the quarterfinals, in the semifinals, out of 2 games, not wasting energy on the playoff. So the players played so far 16 different positions. I'm saying positions, not games, because I think it is so difficult to play different position each time. What do you think? Who will be better in resilience today, having their final position or possibly final position?
Thank you, Judith. Yes, it is a lot of chess that has been played, and as you pointed out, you cannot rely on your opening theory, on the structures that you're familiar with. Every position is a challenge in itself, because every single time you have to think about where do the pieces belong, which pawn structures should I try to achieve. And we saw Magnus actually yesterday. He was very tired. He had like barely any energy left after a game. He also had been feeling sick. So it's been a tough and a long tournament. But I think when you're so close to winning this event, and that's what Magnus loves to do. He loves to win. He loves to show that he's the best in any kind of format or any kind of chess variant, even, you could say. I think he will challenge all of his energy. He will channel all of his energy to have it to finish it off today. And Hikaru, he knows he still has a chance. He's playing the white pieces yesterday, and in his recap, he also said, you know, I lost, but Magnus made many mistakes. He gave me many chances. It shows he's human. So Hikaru also knows he can strike back, especially in freestyle chess, playing the white pieces. He has all the chances. So let's hope for an exciting final.
Well, let's see what will be the outcome. This morning I was meeting Magnus. He seemed like he was just waking up when I met him. And later on, a friend of mine was telling, well, Magnus is not in a good shape. Look at him. And I was telling her that, you know what? Chess players are like rock stars. When the light is on and they go on stage, no matter how sick they are, if they have a fever, if they have a throat ache, if they are feeling bad, they have such an experience and such a hunger to win that when Magnus shows up on the board, I think we will see a Magnus of being hungry, being this young, curious, adventurous boy who was yesterday in the confessional booth where he was sharing with a huge smile all these tactics and checkmates and whatever. At a certain point of the game, he was not treating us anymore with the confessional booth comments, but you can see him that he loves chess so much. And of course, Nakamura today, he wants to win so much and bounce back, right?
Yeah, it's a fascinating situation. Yeah, Hikaru needs to bounce back. On the other hand, Magnus got the lead in the match, and we know exactly when he gets the lead, then he gets the confidence. He feels that, okay, now no one in the world can come back against me, and Hikaru wants to do the impossible today. I also agree perfectly that the freestyle chess will give Hikaru the chance, because this gives the new position, fresh position with a lot of challenges, a lot of hidden, unexpected resources. And Magnus just cannot rely on his fantastic knowledge, because here there is no knowledge. You have to get used to, you have to get into the detail of every single new position.
Absolutely, and we are going to be talking about it in details. But let's see the format, how the event is taking place here in Paris. This is the second leg. The first phase, it was 10 minutes and 10 seconds for the players, 11 games. And once they went on to play the second phase to the knockout, it was a classical already. And this is what our game going to be today for the second game, 90 minutes, 30 seconds per players. And we've seen many games already in this format that eventually the players use their 90 minutes and then they are on their own in every move, only 30 seconds for surviving. And this is the prize pool, which is getting very close. Which player, which check will be receiving? Because now the third and the fourth place is played between Vincent and Fabiano. And there it's not only about money, but also about the spot, who is going to be for sure playing in Las Vegas in the next leg of the Grand Slam. And the finalists playing, who will take the 200,000 cash and the 140,000. So actually one move can be $60,000 move. Did you ever had yourself, Peter, that you had such an expensive move?
Well, basically when losing the last game to Kramnik in the World Championship final, and it was based on one wrong judgment, one move, I did not play the move I wanted, and it cost me the title, so probably that was even worth much more than that.
And we see Magnus Carlsen arriving to the playing area with his coach, Peter Heine-Nielsen.
And Magnus always in good spirits.
You see, he's getting closer to the playing hall. The smile is on already.
And all the fans are awaiting him.
Okay, so let's see the brackets of the event. Here we have an overview on the event, which is still running, and the players are Nepomniachtchi, who's an incredible, fantastic, amazing player. He showed it. He won his first game, and he's playing for the 7th place with Nodirbek, and Erigaisi is playing for the 5th and 6th place with Maxime. Yesterday, you see all the games were decisive. I believe that the reason is that in the last 2 days, in the 9 classical games, we've seen all decisive. My take on this is that the players are getting really tired.
Yes.
Being able to reset your mind again and again to completely different middle game position from the starting. And the players also have to be very careful, because from move 1, they know that they can make a mistake which maybe can never be fixed.
Yes, exactly. There is the pressure. Yeah, you just cannot make a single natural move. Yeah, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the local hero, fantastic player, making pictures with the fans. Always very. He needs to bounce back, and he needs this extra energy from the fans to support him.
Absolutely, and Fabiano, he won his game yesterday, so he can play his game with the white pieces, though in freestyle chess, of course, it has a different meaning, the white pieces, because in classical games, you would know that the player can play extremely solid, and it's not too difficult to make a draw equal the position, so it would be very difficult. Though contrary in freestyle, and this is one of the reasons why freestyle is so special, because first of all, you cannot make short draws, and you don't know at all that what is the position you're going to be playing out. You have to have really cool mindset, and you have to be in the presence very much, not to think about what has been yesterday, c4, d4, because even if you play the same starting move, you have a different position. Your pieces are a completely different setup. So it is very tricky how fast the players are able to go for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is no safety. You just cannot even know exactly how do I get a solid position where I have everything under control. Things can get out of control very easily in the most unexpected fashion. Yeah, and that's why the players also feel like doing nothing or trying to be safe is actually also risky. Yeah, and this I find very interesting, and that's why all the games are so special. When you are trying to fight for advantage, that can backfire. Of course, sometimes fighting for advantage and succeeding getting the advantage, that's the dream scenario. We have also seen that. New position, I can't wait to see. Normally, the more complex, the more double-edged, the more randomly the pieces are placed, the better for the black side, probably, if he needs to win. 2 bishops in the corner, for example, gives automatic stability. Probably that's what Vincent wants to avoid.
Yes, absolutely. But what is something that I learned continuously during the first Weissenhaus event, and now we see that the players are getting more familiar with the strategies, ideas, the placement of different pieces, how they can be powerful. One of the biggest challenges, I still think, the evaluation, because the starting position, you understand that it's either tough, that, okay, I have some weaknesses in the position, right? But they know that after move 3, I mean, just talking about yesterday's game for Magnus, move 4, he sacrificed the pawn, which was, for me, it was quite unexpected. Of course, in Blitz, you can go there any moment, but it was a classical game. And you could see that Magnus was so happy about it, while Nakamura was not sure at all why is it so good, and he was quite happy give up the central pawn of his, and he played continuing the game, and he did not feel the danger is coming from Magnus.
Yeah, not at all. He did not hear the confessional boost from Magnus. Yeah, that was the key, because if he would have heard all these brilliant ideas that Magnus was revealing to us, then he would have been terrified. Like this, he just thought, like, wait a second, I'm the one who castled. Magnus is jumping around with this knight. Yes, it's interesting, but why should I worry about it? He was able to strike in the center with d5, bishop e6, and then the Pandora box was opened up. It was a complete chaos, definite counterplay for black. And however, then how Magnus navigated that situation, we were not sure how to play with white. Then he found this idea of giving up his light square bishop with bishop takes d5, playing on the dark squares, all this g5, rook g3, everything exactly worked in clinical fashion for Magnus. That was stellar performance.
Yes, and also the difference between the rapid play and the classical play, there is a lot of differences, because in rapid play, players rely on their intuition. I think at least 80%, yes. I must say. Because you don't have the time to really to calculate lines and based on the information to make your judgment evaluating the position, right? While in freestyle, it is really difficult because all the decades of patterns you have in your mind, it can mislead you very easily. And it makes it very difficult. But in the classical format of the game, we've seen that in the first move, some players thinking 5, 10, 20 minutes, or in move 3, how Nakamura did yesterday on move e5, which actually he understood also that it's not the best, but he was afraid more of Magnus playing d4, opening up the position already. And which means that they can spend a lot of time, and also they have time to understand. But I find it also very nice that there are only one small move, and we feel it, that, okay, push bishop on e6, maybe it's giving away the great potential for black because white has a square. E4. Out of the 64 square, there is this e4 square for the knight, right? Which can make a difference. And actually, that is exactly the knight, which gave the heart attack for Nakamura, because it went all the way to f6 and trapped the king on h8, and this was something, it was so surprising, and it happened in a flash of a few moves, because at that time already they were running out of time, they were low on time, so things happened very fast. And after knight f6, as later on the computer shows, it was not so big advantage for white, but it looked scary.
Yes. Exactly.
It looked like scary, like how bad it can be. Yes. Suddenly I will not be able to move my king. I didn't get checkmate yet, but I cannot move with it for the rest of the game. And Magnus will be able to maneuver with his rook, his king, his pawn, improve the position. So it was so scary. These psychological parts, how can you get over from your experience?
Very difficult, especially because the freestyle challenges the players right from the start. And we see almost in every game, which is very serious fighting for the top first and third places, that on move 15, the players are almost getting into time trouble. And when things are heating up and you try to be very precise before, and you feel like the control is still disappearing from the position, and the clock is ticking down, and you face such difficult problems. And with little time on the clock, it's so difficult to finally keep a completely open-minded kind of scenario that, wait a second, I have half an hour to calm down. Is this really scary, but is it objectively also that good for the opponent? But when you have just like 10, 15 minutes, then those emotions are taking over. Yeah, then a knight on f6 is a terrifying piece. You just don't know what to do. You feel yourself suffocated. And the pressure is on you. And then also Magnus was just enjoying himself. He didn't know exactly how big advantage he has, but he knew that he's the hunter. And that's the most important thing.
And we know Magnus how he plays. He has incredible creative ideas. As yesterday, he played some of it. Some of that it was only shared in the confessional booth with us. Like he's ready to play these crazy-looking moves, right? Sacrificing pawns, like he does not have this mindset that I want to be very solid. Of course, today with the black pieces and having scored a full point yesterday, he will not play G5 and stuff like that, sharpen things out. But of course, the two players know each other extremely well, and they try to pinpoint each other's weaknesses. For example, yesterday, it was clear to me that Magnus really thought that he wants to be challenging Nakamura very much, immediately at the very early stage of the game with b4, because even though he understands that Nakamura's one of the strengths, also here in the graphic it shows, but also this is what Magnus highlighted, that Nakamura is an incredible defender. He's a defender that no matter what kind of attack he's receiving and what kind of storm there is on the chessboard, he will hang on and he will be defending. And he showed not one, not two occasions yesterday also that he bounced back from such a difficult positions. And even he had an opportunity to make a draw in the last move if he does not make that bishop move to e8 and he captures the pawn. But I think also that it's kind of a consequence of a game that it was such a difficult game for him, that he was pushing back the attack once, he was pushing back the attack twice, he was pushing back the attack third time already when it was so difficult. But when you're low on time, eventually somehow it feels that it's a natural path that you make the final mistake and you can't make it.
Yes, absolutely. The unlucky situation for Hikaru was that the so-called very natural tempting rook takes h2 move was the drawish move. However, after rook h2, there were also so many questions still in the position, so Hikaru wasn't sure about them, and he wanted to be too smart, he wanted to be too clever, and he paid a very heavy price for it. Once you see the mistake, we have also seen Hikaru shaking his head, immediately realizing what kind of mistake he has made. But he was under terrible pressure. I'm also not sure that if he would have taken rook takes h2, then with these few minutes on the clock, the game would have ended in a draw. Probably, yes, it would have been more natural that the game ends in a draw, but still there were many, many things to be played on.
And here we see the extreme security measures which is taking place here at the Grand Slam event in Paris. Every player has to go through on a very serious security check. And Nepomniachtchi, we see, enters into the playing hall for his final game, or in some case, it can be a playoff also.
Well, he hopes that it's the final game, yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, he made a performance and games and decisions very interesting. I'm very curious if today he's going to be blitzing again, kind of, because yesterday that was his strategy again, that he was just playing so fast in his game. But of course, everybody has their own and different strategy depending on the situation of the tournament. And of course, now all the players are very tired already. We have to see that 7 days of chess was there already. And now we are just about to see the draw of the next round. Let's see.
Bonjour Paris, and welcome to the day 2 of the grand final of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris. I'm so happy to welcome you all here. It's been an amazing day. Unexpected turns in the games yesterday and unforgettable moments. So now we would like to watch the highlights of the first day of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam.
Paris becomes the stage for a freestyle chess showdown featuring epic semi-final clashes. Who make it to the finals? Vincent Keymer versus Hikaru Nakamura, and Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano Caruana, not at his sharpest, faced Magnus Carlsen, who maintained a slight edge for most of the game. As Caruana's clock ticked down, Carlsen seized his moment and secured.
One board. Brains collide and only brilliance will survive. And across the battlefield, other titans are clashing too. Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana. Arjun Erigaisi versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Nepomniachtchi versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Who will win the games? Before we dive into the final day, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday in the first round of the finals. It was a day full of tension and spectacular moves. In a surprising turn, Hikaru Nakamura saw his winning chances vanish with a single move. An unexpected slip that opened the door for Magnus Carlsen to claim his first victory in the finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris.
Yeah, it feels great to win, of course. I think the game honestly was a bit similar to the one yesterday, that I had some very good phases and some very weak phases as well. I thought it was a draw, and then he played bishop 8, which was shocking. I think his mind was pretty fried there as well at that point. A lot of tactical misses.
The action on the other boards was no less intense. Fabiano Caruana claimed victory over Vincent Keymer, offering him no opportunity to fight back.
Our game was probably pretty decent up to a point, and it might have been one of those like relatively high accuracy games if he hadn't gone for queen c7. Then of course probably we made some mistakes in time trouble, but I think it's also pretty normal.
Meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi also secured victory with the black pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Nepomniachtchi scored a win against Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the match for 7th place.
I hope that everyone who did not win today or who lost today will win tomorrow, so that we're going to have an epic final day with a lot of rapid and blitz and maybe Armageddon decisive games.
Now, let the final games begin. Stay tuned.
Now I would like to introduce the finalists to you again. He came in on a wave of success, going into the final completely on fire. So then he had yesterday the game where one mistake made him come under pressure. Today he has to win to go into the playoffs. But if we know one thing about him, is that he is more than capable of a comeback. Please welcome with me Hikaru Nakamura playing the white pieces from the USA. Then his opponent. He won an incredible game yesterday and seems to be the all-time favorite. The GOAT, focused, calculated, and cold as ice under pressure. Today he has the black pieces. Will he prevail with a draw or with a win, or will it go into playoffs? Please welcome with me from Norway, Magnus Carlsen playing the black pieces. And just as yesterday, players, good luck and may the best one win. Now, Before we can begin, we need to draw the position. We always have a surprise up our sleeves for our players, what they're going to play today. So, now I would like to invite 3 girls from Norway up onto the stage, 3 women chess players that are right now playing a tournament in Paris. And please, Mechtel, Hannah and Monica, come up on stage. Let's go. Is the position we're going to play. Thank you so much and good luck for your tournament as well. All the players will now have time to prepare on their side of the room, and thank you very much for your attention.
Very encouraging. Like some.
Which move? First
C4, no?
C4?
Yes.
Always C4.
C4 and G6.
Avoid the quality here now, but doesn't really help us. Right, to go G6.
If we get a number position, it's red
G6. Yeah, that's normal.
We can go E5, 97.
So F5 is not yeah, this looks kind of.
We need to
play the position. Yeah,
yeah. But this is
Bishop G7.
Yeah, worst case.
Yeah. Yeah, C4 looks. I mean, E5 looks more useful, no?
Yeah.
So maybe.
Okay, but
then we play C5, yeah, before C5.
Okay, D4.
D4, G6, yeah. Why not C5?
Okay, let's start with this then. Okay. Why C5?
G3? Oh, and take.
Okay, knight F3.
Knight F3, Queen C7.
No, that's good. This I don't mind. B6, Bishop D7.
Oh, but it's just great for us, right?
Yeah.
But Knight F3 is. I mean, yeah, here, yeah, you mean.
Yeah, so it's not too horrible to play, yeah.
B6, Bishop B7.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Could be worse.
Playable, no?
I mean, Knight of D1 is not.
Yes,
castle, I guess.
Yeah, or castles. So.
E4 maybe, yeah. But if we make up 6,
what about F5?
6. We have to take some skill. Yeah, this is like we're tempo.
No, yeah, we stole the tempo.
You try to move.
Okay, that's worse.
Yeah, we are worse. Yeah.
I'm not sure C5 is not good. We should just do this immediately. Yeah, D5.
To win in one move.
That's a nice tempo. Bishop F4. Yeah, that's very nice. Probably.
No, but then why do we not do this here?
Because we didn't see it.
Yeah, no, this is nice.
That's playable, I think. I think this is good. C5. C5. Okay.
But you're gonna be happy with that, right? You must
Yeah,
it's imbalanced than normal position.
Knight 6, bishop h3. I don't know.
I really felt like
Looks
actually
fine.
with c4, of course, for all these b4 stuff, white is quite ready. So.
c4, g6. Yeah.
Move others change something.
Could see we can get simple no matter what.
Yeah, but again, then we have to go for this.
I mean, f5 is also
We can
completely
also start with
unreasonable,
d6,
right?
I guess.
Yeah. d6.
Yeah, bishop g2.
Yeah, this is maybe smarter, yeah. To start with d6.
We just get that same thing, yeah.
Bishop g2.
Or d3.
Yeah.
Kind of like f5. Should go knight f7, knight f6, bishop 5.
So let's say how do we develop? Like after knight f3, there's also bishop h3. I mean, it's a bit concerning, yeah. Like
maybe d4. But
okay, he takes.
Takes a lot of time.
Takes knight c6.
Yeah, no d4. Yeah, I think.
Bishop f5 also comes with the 10.
Okay, we can play bishop g2.
Yeah, but it's like very small.
What about like f4 or something again? Just try to attack right away.
Yeah, actually, with the queen on b8, I feel like black is
No,
something
queen
should be
bit
wrong.
black is not enjoying. Yeah. Okay.
No, this I think this is probably the way. I mean, to get a game at least.
Maybe.
So, okay, let's just see. You've got a4 aces. Maybe bishop b2.
Or g3.
Generally should be happier with
g3, bishop b7, knight f3.
And let's see if knight c3, do we drop c6 or not?
Ah, knight c3 is nice.
But knight c3, c6 maybe is good for that, yeah, actually. Knight on c3 really misplaced.
Yeah, but still, I mean, c6.
Yeah, he goes d5.
So which one? You mean, what about this? Something like this?
I mean, so g3, yeah.
It takes knight c3, something like this, maybe?
I got knight c3 immediately.
Ah, knight c3. Okay, yeah, probably more logical. More logical.
We do have like take and c4, take queen h7, knight
Yeah,
f6, queen c2.
I was thinking about that, but I thought the b pawn's probably weak.
But I think like h7 pawn is not so meaningful.
Well, it probably depends what happens here.
Maybe first bishop b2, bishop b7, knight c3.
Yeah.
Because now knight c3 is maybe forcing bishop c6 or something.
No, this looks like this
we
looks
don't threaten the pawn.
playable.
It's a bit annoying.
Oh, we don't threaten the pawn, so it's kind of pointless.
No,
Yeah, that's true. Just choose knight of 6 or something.
I mean, I thought there
take
was...
on d5 twice.
Yeah, we can.
Like, I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
there's
You're
some
so fine. Yeah.
the bishop 6 is
Yeah,
like
yeah,
knight
yeah,
d4,
yeah.
so.
Okay.
But there's nothing else to move around one, right? I mean, this is before.
I
Like,
think not that knight f3.
I think like all moves are maybe
Knight
playable
f3
here.
is fine, like knight f3, knight f6, d4, I mean, it's solid.
no, it's just normal.
Yes, but we sort of, we intend to play c4, I think, yeah, that's the difference. Knight f3,
Wait,
knight
so
f6.
this is d4?
So here I don't like c5.
Ah, yeah, c5, that's right. That's
I'm
the
not
problem.
sure if c5 is good.
Yeah, no,
If
this is the
c5 maybe
problem.
like d5.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just great for it.
I want to play this one. No, but actually it was g6 first. This was the
Then knight f3.
Ah, this is later on.
So now we go c4.
Yeah.
Okay, c4, so bishop f5 for example.
Okay, so
Yeah, like
first-
d5, c4, bishop
d5?
f5, yeah. Would be the shortest game, yeah.
But no, but here also, can you play knight e3 and c4 maybe, or something? Or knight c3 and c4.
But I'm not
And,
sure.
Like, what
like,
about
knight
this?
e-
What about this?
Knight f6. Oh,
Bishop h6.
So c6, d4.
Bishop f4? Or no, sorry, yeah, sorry, e4 or g3? Which, okay, e4?
Yeah.
I just don't like doing this for a queen. But maybe it's good.
No, but you're also castling in one
Fine,
move.
this is
I mean,
super helpful. So let's say if he takes on 4, takes, and so on.
knight f6, I guess.
I just think you should take on bishop h6, yeah?
Yeah, also, yeah.
So
No, this
black
is,
busted.
yeah, this is...
Bishop g4 here.
Bishop g4 here? g3?
Well, I don't know.
Takes and takes on d4, yeah?
Ah, you want to grab the pawn.
Yeah.
Probably it's safe to take this pawn.
Probably, yeah.
And if c3, then you take on the 3 and you...
Yeah, this I don't like.
And to finish.
I mean, especially for us, it's crazy.
Yeah. No, for you guys it's crazy. No, but yeah, probably...
I like b4 first.
Yeah, I mean, probably d4, b4. Probably the two best moves.
Is b4 c5 possible?
Ah, you want to do the same line?
Just go knight f3, I think we can. Or g3.
Yeah.
But also, I assume taking should
Take.
take knight f3.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe that this should be good.
So the wall, I think, is way more important, no?
Normally should be better for
Like d4 maybe?
b6.
6.
Knight c3.
It's very tempting, yeah, but I don't see before 95.
Yeah.
Probably it's good, right?
Yeah,
C6
should be killing.
and C4 and something, right?
But they were like 95.
Yeah, I mean, just
C4,
C4,
yeah, 95, G3.
yeah, no, this should be great for Ori.
Quickly.
Yeah, no,
C9,
I mean,
C3, 96,
yeah.
but okay, probably is.
No, I mean, I think it makes the most sense. Yeah, like,
Should be.
yeah, it should be the best move, probably.
Best.
Yeah, best bet, yes.
So 30 seconds until the game start. Good luck to everyone and may the best player win.
And we see already the game starting. Let's see who is going to be playing fast in move one. What do you think, Peter? What is your take on the analysis, what they had?
Wow, and Fabiano goes for b4, so already one first move on the board. We talked about it, that wow.
And
b4.
Hikaru also b4.
Hikaru also b4. That's teamwork. One of those very special moments while watching the preparation of the teams was that we realized that there is a tremendous amount of conflict of interest. Hikaru needs to win, and every other player needs just to draw with the white pieces to secure their match victory. So we've had like the same applies for Magnus, yeah, for Team Black. Magnus needs stability, he just needs a draw, while all the other players needs to create chances. And that was a very fascinating moment.
Yes, it is very interesting because of the fact that the players, in their mind, they are playing on different results, right? Because you have to play well. And everybody knows that even if you want to make a draw, you have to play well, you have to understand what the position is all about. And at the same time, of course, with the white pieces who play for who the draw is enough, like for Fabiano, Nepomniachtchi and Erigaisi, they are looking for an option how to kill the game. Of course, you cannot kill the game in freestyle, but still, as much as possible. What does that mean to kill the game? It means that to play as solid as possible, talking about not giving up pawns, not playing gambits, trying to make harmony between your pieces, have a very stable structure, and then things can go on your way. While for Hikaru, he played b4, and of course, it's a provocation. Let's put it that way. From my end, it's a provocation.
Is it a provocation? I feel like it's a very solid move. It tries to limit Black from getting counterplay.
It tries to, but you want to play c5 so much. And if you want to have a game, a complicated game, I think it's a good start for white. c5 takes, then queen h2, knight f3. I mean, the structure immediately starts to be unbalanced. It's not a symmetrical, it's not something solid.
Yes, but this is what Hikaru is trying to provoke with b4, yeah? So what I'm guessing that he invites Magnus, you know what? Okay, you only need a draw. You really want to play c5, and then we're going to get this very sharp double-edged position. If not, then I'm stopping c5. Against all these g6 ideas, I'm having bishop b2, trading the dark square bishop or offering the trade of the dark square bishops. One and another b4 appeared also. Arjun goes b4. But my heart was immediately, when I looked at this position, I felt like knight f3 is the most professional move. And Jan Nepomniachtchi is the player who came up with knight f3.
But okay, you wanted to play knight f3 for the players who need a draw.
Yes, it's not for Hikaru.
Okay, so b4...
For Hikaru, b4 fits perfectly, but it also shows that b4 has strategical merits, since both Fabiano and also Arjun, who only need draw, they also feel that b4 suits them perfectly. This is very interesting, and will be very interesting to hear Nicholas's analysis that what the computer says, that what kind of, for example, this c5 craziness, where does this lead? My intuition was that if white plays d4, then c5 was for me actually tempting from black's perspective to try to create a counterbalance immediately with d takes e5, queen takes h2. But yeah, without analysis board, I don't want to go into too much depth at the moment.
Yeah, this is very interesting for me, what Hikaru, I want to focus for a moment to Hikaru's game. Of course, that's the final, and that at stake, really, of course, who is going to be the winner of the event. But we are far from that moment, I think, because we have this game. And if Nakamura is able to bounce back, then, of course, everything starts all over again with the playoff. We move on. But after b4, I'm asking you, Peter, what would Magnus play if the match would be equal? The first game would be drawn. Would he have a different move what he's going to be making than now that he's leading in the match?
I think that for the first move and his direction, it will be very much the same, because draw would also mean that he would have to be cautious with black. Yeah, it would be a different story if he had lost that game like the others. Then just to go for some safe construction where you feel like I don't have problems, but I'm also not really creating enough tension for the middle game to force my opponent to make a mistake, that would be a different story. I'm pretty sure that now Vincent is also thinking about the consequences of the c5 move. Everybody, also Vachier-Lagrave, all the players who need to win with black think about what happens after b4, c5. It's a double-edged position. However, the trick is that none of the black team members kind of expected the move b4, so they are not prepared. And if with the white side, and you see that this was team preparation, because all the white players played the move b4, what do you double check, triple check? What are the consequences of c5? So basically, based on this feeling, you might think like, they are provoking c5, so I have to come up with a different idea.
Yes, because c5 comes to mind at first, right? Just to play, middle game, exchange pawns, interesting stuff. At the same time, you understand that from Magnus' point of view, why should I play c5? Why shouldn't I go just b5, mirroring the position? What can really go wrong? Soon, black can develop the pieces also knight f6, castle, putting the pawns c6, d5, e5 possibly, the bishop on h8, as we've seen yesterday also, it's no big deal, g6, bishop g7. And the first 5-6 moves, again, it's going to be very interesting, and it can be even decisive in some ways.
Some way, yes, if you get the upper hand. But also, one thing why I was leaning towards one knight f3, we already see the developments in the Nepomniachtchi Abdusattorov game, that we are somehow heading towards a g3 kind of Grünfeld. Yeah, for example, white plays now the move g3, opens up, okay, Jan first even castles, but definitely g3 will be on the agenda. And then it almost feels like this symmetrical g3, c4, c6 kind of Grünfeld positions where it's very difficult to prove an advantage for white, but if you just want to be solid, you are not looking for advantage, then that's basically just a fantastic scenario. So I'm a little bit surprised by Nodirbek, that knowing that he's a must-win situation, he pushed the pawn to d5, that he was not trying to play like some King's Indian type of stuff with d6, c6, e5. Aren't you surprised?
At the same time, King's Indian, bishop on g2 is also not so much fun with black.
Exactly.
I can tell you from personal experience.
Yes, then white sets up the center, he gains space and everything. We see Maxime as the only player reacting to one b4 with the move c6. It's very much Magnus' style, by the way, that you don't confront your opponent immediately, but you are eyeing on the h2 pawn. You are asking your opponent that please decide what you're going to do, because if you play knight f3, then some e5 move might appear.
No, Peter. After knight f3, I go g5, attacking your rook on a1, and I go g4, and you're going to be looking around what's going on.
Yes, so g3 is definitely safer. By the way, still after g5 I had bishop b2, And takes G4, knight E5 was there, so I'm not losing on the spot, but it's
That's
scary. Yeah, it's scary. G3 professional, D5. I would not be surprised if Magnus would also go into some direction like this with black.
Maybe, Nicholas, we ask you, because you analyzed a little bit with the engine, maybe you can say, what was the best move for white? Is it B4?
B4 is not one of the top choices of the computer, but the more I look at it now, it also seems very, very interesting for white to play, and especially for Hikaru, who needs to win with the white pieces. Definitely quite a good choice, I think, also considering that the black players, apparently they did not look at B4 maybe at all. We didn't see them the whole time, but maybe they did not check this move at all and checked other moves. The computer prefers knight F3, the very solid approach. First develop the knight on F3, you protect the pawn on H2, so you don't have to worry about all these kind of tricks that are in the air, and then you can play maybe with G3 and so on and so forth. Also G3 directly would be possible. But B4, I like this move. I like it a lot for Hikaru, and C6 was now played by Magnus following in Maxime's footsteps, who also just played C6. Now the queen is opened up, hitting the pawn on H2, and white needs to defend the pawn. So knight F3 seems quite logical. And you know, this move G5 that you mentioned, Judith, it is possible. Black can play like this. It's interesting. I don't expect Magnus to do so, because he's not in a position where he needs to weaken himself or go for a very aggressive approach with black. But G5 is a possible move. Bishop B2, let's say. Even G4 now apparently is an option.
Well, that's a shocker.
I'm curious. Bishop takes H8, G takes F3.
And then F6, yeah?
You would think that this is just dropping material, but somehow this is... Okay, this is exactly not what Magnus would want. I mean, this is a big mess, of course. Just having some fun here. So apparently this is... Look at this. Look at this. Knight D4 check, King E1, Knight takes C2 check, Queen takes C2, Queen E5 check. We're having some fun here with the computer. Well, this is not going to happen. Also because actually after C6, Hikaru did not play knight F3. Maybe he did not want to allow these G5 or E5 moves, and he just plays the more cautious G3, protecting the pawn in this way. So let's see where this game will head. But I like the starting approach for Hikaru for sure, Judith.
Yes, it is already interesting. In move 2, Hikaru played G3. He wanted to make sure that G3 will be a move which I have to play anyway.
Yes.
So why not to start with G3? I don't want to think about G5. I don't want to think about E5 yet. For the moment, I want to bring out the bishop, possibly, maybe not. But for sure, G3, he wants it to be there. And of course, I'm not sure how fast Hikaru will want to castle, because maybe he wants to bring out the bishop to B2 first, and only after that to bring out his knight and castle. And we see G6.
We see G6, yeah, that's a novelty. Yeah, Maxime opted for D5. But after D5, there is this bishop B2 move that Arjun played, and then black is unable to play G6 anymore.
But he can play E5.
Yeah, he can play E5. I just wanted to highlight one thing. If black plays knight F6, white plays knight F3, G6, bishop E5 wins the queen.
Oops.
Be careful. Yes, with this C6, D5 construction, if suddenly a bishop lands on this diagonal, it can simply trap the queen on B8.
The famous B8 queen.
Yes. And actually, I think that's the point behind 1B4. I also had breakfast with Fabi. Fabi was sitting next to me, and then he told me, Peter, did you notice that there was a game or a starting position where B4 would have been a very strong first move? And when I saw B4 appear, then I was immediately thinking that, yes, Fabi has all these patterns in his mind. He loves all the positions where he thinks that B4 is a strong move.
So he can prove it today, whether his observation that B4 can be a very powerful, strong move, whether will it be a very strong move here too. But of course, for him, he's in a much better situation than his opponent, because he won his first game, and he won his first game against Vincent, the last champion, with the black pieces. So now he's playing with the white, and it seems like white will be able to bring a pretty stable position. I mean...
Yeah, everywhere we have very stable positions. I would just also like to highlight Nepomniachtchi's position, that he opted for this beastly bishop a3 idea, targeting the e7 pawn, that, my friend, you won't be able to castle because that pawn is hanging. Just a very small, tiny idea. And I was thinking, like, why did Nodirbek waste a tempo on bishop h8 to g7? But it was very much the same problem that we have seen yesterday, that whenever you play g6 or g3 and your opponent moves the d pawn, then you have to worry about bishop h6. So he couldn't develop the knight from g8 to f6 with the bishop on h8, because then Nepo's bishop from c1 would have gone to h6, stopping castles, and you have to also lose the right to castle. You have to move the rook. That would be a total disaster. So black had to lose a tempo, and Nepo used it for b3, bishop a3. One more time, showing that how much you have to keep an open mind in this freestyle chess game. And that's why we love it so much.
And it's interesting that we are picking up these patterns already. So this is not coming for the first time. So now, by now we understand that if the rook is on f8 and the bishop on c1, then it has a timing issue, whether who plays d4 first. I mean, white plays d4 or b3, but it makes sense to play d4 if black plays g6, because then you force bishop g7, black losing time, right? Because generally speaking, bishop on standing on h8 or g7, it doesn't make any difference for the moment, unless you have to play bishop g7, because otherwise bishop h6 shows up. And now bishop a3 is a very interesting, I don't know how good it is, but I like it because it poses trouble for black to make castle. So now maybe black has to, well, I don't know if I can say waste time, but spend the time playing c6, queen c7 to protect the pawn on e7, and only then castle. But I'm not sure.
White gets tempo with c4, knight e3, rook c1 also. This is very much
and on c7 the queen doesn't stand well, right?
Exactly.
It would be standing much better maybe on b7, or I don't know.
Well, actually the queen belongs to d8. Where in the classical position it is in the starting position. Yeah, then black would not have this issue, and that's why this b3 bishop a3 is such an unpleasant position and pressure, because you are not used to this. You are not having this trouble of castling. I'm not able to castle, and also the knight from d8 cannot really go to c6, protect the e7 pawn, because then the queen on b8 will be boxed forever. And why get c4, knight e3? When I'm looking at the either bar, I'm not even understanding why does the computer say that this is fine for black. I'm in a state of shock. I'm in a state of horror, because I just feel that I'm under pressure.
Can black go b5?
Yes, maybe, because there is no knight that can go to d3. Yeah? b5 would be a horrible move if white would be able to get the knight to d3.
I make huge weaknesses. I understand that. But if I can play b4, b5, b4, eventually maybe even c5, yeah, maybe you're not in time with knight on d3. I don't know, but there are not so many options for black.
Yes.
To defend the pawn on e7 and make castling.
Yeah, probably you have to play b5. You're absolutely right, Judith. b5 is certainly not a move that we are normally, under normal circumstances, happy, but all these circumstances basically signals us that we might have to break the rules and give the c5 square, because that c5 square is nothing. The bishop goes to c5, then the knight from d8 comes to life, goes knight e6, hits that bishop, and it's fantastic. And on the board, b5 on the board, bravo.
Well, you know, it's a move like, again, you would not like to be happy to play this move, unless by excluding all the others. I mean, this is the conclusion we got, right? That, I mean, if this is the only move we have to do, something is not perfect for black's position, I must say.
And just look at this Fabiano Caruana Keymer game. We know that all Fabi needs is a draw, and he plays b4, bishop b2, and f4. He plays according to the demands of the position, not what results he needs. And I think that this is very fascinating. I think that what he's doing is extremely good. He is hindering black of going c5. Yeah, actually now black would make a terrible mistake. c6, bishop e5 blunders the queen again. The pawn on f4 supports the e5 square. White wants to go knight f3 next. g3 plays short castle. Probably the knight from d1 will go to f2. He will also have this chance of going d3, e4. He has a very flexible position, while black's queen on b8 is kind of stuck. if we can't move the c pawn, then how do we activate the queen against a5? White will always play the move b5. What is your take? Are you able to come up with such a brilliant response like b5 in the other game here for Vincent?
Well, f4 is quite unexpected at first to me. It is really kind of, we can say it's a prophylactical move that black wanted to play c6 or c5, bringing out the queen or activate the queen. And right now, as you pointed out, bishop e5 would be a killer, trapping the queen. So the question is whether can I bring out the c8 bishop, let's say to d7? I know.
But it's passive, yeah?
Very passive.
You want a5, yeah? Or?
I want a5 or c5. But somehow I want to play a little bit more active.
But yeah, the bishop is I play knight f3, follow the plan.
And then you want to go knight e5.
Yes, and after e5 you'll just play a3.
But can't I go c5?
Well, but okay. That's very double-edged.
But before we dig into here what are the insights, we have a confessional booth appearance. And it's Magnus Carlsen. Let's listen to him.
We're getting are kind of similar, but there always seems to be different themes from the game to game, though. I think our team, so to speak, players playing black this round, were not necessarily expecting to see the move b4 on a lot of boards, but the alternatives for white didn't look that promising, so I'm not shocked to see it. I think maybe the biggest issue for both players is how to develop the respective knights on d1 or d8. The rest of the pieces seem fairly harmonious. On the previous move, it was not an easy choice at all whether to exchange the bishop or not. I think strategically, changing the bishops would have been fine. I just wasn't sure if he sets up kind of the way Fabiano did with pawn to f4 and so on, whether he could gain some useful space there. Knight comes to f2, knight f3, and so on. Wasn't quite sure how to develop there. The advantage of keeping the bishop on b2 and the bishop on h8 alive is that now I have a positional idea of playing a5 at some point. Probably quite soon. Both activating my queen a little bit, making sure it's not trapped in any situations after bishop to e5 as it would have a7. And opening up for the rook as well. And without the bishops, the queen would have been protecting the pawn if he pushes. So that was kind of the idea there. I think regardless, we have an interesting battle on our hands, but more kind of a positional one, and not a tactical one from an early, from very early on as we had yesterday.
Interesting description by Magnus, that for me it was interesting to see when he was talking about whether to exchange or not to exchange the bishops.
Yes.
And I have the feeling that he wants to play more lively position, and he was afraid of having a very one-sided game, right, after bishop b2,
yes.
queen b2.
What he was highlighting that basically, yes, there was a temptation to trade the pieces, the bishops on b2, but also it activates white's queen. Magnus highlighted that, for example, something like this, white can play f4, followed up with knight f3, for example. Let me just play a move like d5 to illustrate what we are talking about. White plays knight f3, black, for example, makes the castles. Oops, there was bishop h3 move. Okay, then I start with knight f2 to make the computer happy. No, even then he's not happy. Okay, I just want to illustrate that white plays like knight f3, black plays a5, white plays a3, and white will play short castle. Let's play queen c7. White plays castles, and all of a sudden white has a grip, and there is no way black can be having any kind of counterplay. And this was what bothered Magnus. We see computer doesn't really care about this, but intuitively, I also feel like knight f6 is so much more deeper, and here I would like to say one word about, or one sentence about Magnus's play, that not committing the pawn to d5, and he mentioned immediately that I don't want to step into this bishop e5, trapping the queen issue that the players are faced with on other boards, for example, Vincent against Fabi. And he also keeps the potential that, who knows, maybe somewhere it will be more beneficial to have the option of just going d6, maybe somewhere d5. He's also hinting at this a5. Once again, just like yesterday, I feel like Magnus senses all these nuances so beautifully, all these strategical finesses, and maybe it will drive Hikaru mad, yeah? That look at this in every other boards, people are getting chances, and I'm here playing with Magnus, and he is again so precise.
Exactly, and right now, if f4, then black can go a5, right?
Yes.
And because the bishop is on b2, b5 is not possible. So white will have to decide, do you give up b takes a5, which obviously does not seem right for white. But if you want to go a3, then there is going to be an exchange on the a5 anytime black feels like.
Exactly.
And it's black actually who decides when he wants to take on b4, right? So, and going back just for a second for the bishop, and f4 we have on the board, which is kind of expected. I mean, it's very tempting to be played.
Especially in a must-win situation, yeah, Hikaru is. And he also has experience playing the Leningrad Dutch, actually from the black side, whenever he needs to win against d4. So it suits his style and his mindset.
Yeah, and it was what was also interesting that Magnus said as well, bishop takes b2 to exchange. It wouldn't be worse than knight f6. That's what he said. And that was interesting because in one hand it's not worse. At the same time, I had the feeling that he has so much fear having a position where there is no play for black.
Yes.
Like, even if he doesn't have a bad position, but if I cannot play, if I cannot have activity, if I don't have ideas, I just have to sit and wait and play accordingly depending what Hikaru wants. Somehow it meant that that Magnus said, no, I don't want to exchange. No, I want to go knight f6. I want to have a normal game.
Yes, absolutely. I'm having the same feelings. And I'm loving what Magnus is doing. Yeah, and so nice to hear his thoughts, because they are always very deep. And this is what I like, that he has very deep ideas. He goes very deep into the structures, that what kind of ideas are possible for both sides, where the game is going, where the game is heading. It's so tempting to try to occupy the center and a5 played, following the idea. White will have to play the move a3, which is obviously what Hikaru has intended, what he intends to, and very importantly, it is black who will decide when to take on b5. I feel like it would be very premature to take immediately, because after AB, rook takes a1, queen takes a1, suddenly white would solve the problem of the queen, and that queen on the long diagonal would be a very powerful piece. So it's just like, yes, we say hello, we open up the rook's position, we are also hinting at potential queen a7 at the right moment. We also see that this a7 g1 diagonal has been opened up. So who knows, maybe queen a7 at some point will prove to be important. And another aspect that Magnus beautifully highlighted, that the knights on d8 and d1 are the big questions. So we are expecting that white plays a3, and then Hikaru will try to get the knight to f2. That's one of the main reasons why it was attractive for white to play f4. Also getting the knight to f3. The computer doesn't exactly like it. The engine is not thrilled of what Hikaru is doing, but humanly it makes so much sense. And this is how you are trying to get a rich game with all the chances. So Hikaru, he's taking his time. I'm a little bit surprised, because a3 looks like the tempting option. What else would you do? Obviously, you can't. Or is it possible that he's thinking about b5? Is that a possibility? My intuition says no, it cannot be, but because after c takes b5, there is this bishop e5 move. However, it will be met by d6 I don't believe in this yet. And after d6, we are unable to take queen takes b5 because of bishop d7 losing. So, but many finesses, I think it would be time to include Nicholas. Nicholas, please join us. And are you ready?
Yeah, we can just analyze on your board, Peter.
Okay.
So I have a question to you. Why did Hikaru not play a4 instead of f4, trying to answer a5 with b5? If you go back.
Yes. So, but then you are giving up the center, yeah? So maybe he was afraid that black might be able to play e5.
Play e5.
Yes, maybe to play e5.
And can I still try f4 maybe here?
Yes, you can. Definitely you can. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, this is interesting. Of course, you need good nerves, yeah, to give black the chance to occupy the center and saying that this doesn't matter.
Because honestly, I really dislike allowing black to go a5 and being able to take on b4 and trading the rooks and all of that. Maybe b4 can also be a weakness. So I was surprised that Hikaru allowed this to happen.
And I'm not happy for the fact that basically he's thinking, yeah, it kind of indicates that somehow he relaxed or he was just thinking about his idea of let me get f4, knight f3, knight f2 in, I'm going to get a good game. But yeah, this a5, if he's limited to a3, then his options are kind of less attractive.
He needs to play a3.
Yes,
he cannot play b5. It doesn't work out tactically.
But for example, okay, you are not happy with white, then please let me be white and I play a3, you are Magnus. How would you continue?
Maybe I play castle now.
You castle. Okay, I will develop the knight. Knight to f3.
And now maybe I can go for d6.
Yes, d6, knight f2.
I would like to play with e5 maybe. So can I go rook e8?
Yes. That was also one of the things when Magnus kept his pawn on this, and I felt like somewhere this d6, e5 idea might be very interesting. Yeah, rook e8, so if I castle, you push e5.
Mm-hmm.
And then, in fact, it turns out that you only need a draw, but actually I'm not playing for a draw at all. You are playing according to the demands of the position.
It looks very harmonious and healthy for black.
Yes, the queen can also go to c7 if you want. And it's very important not to rush by taking on b4, because just highlighting that if white's queen would be on a1, white would have so much more pressure and grip on the e5 pawn, so black would not be able to push e5 at all. Okay, this is kind of...
I think that was a very important moment that Hikaru did not play a4.
a4. Yeah, so a3 on the board. This is not the current situation, but now probably Magnus will take his time. That gives us the chance to a little bit look at one more time your idea of a4. What I find very interesting is that, okay, after f4, a5, a3, you are saying that black has the idea of going castles, d6, e5. So you wasted the tempo on a4. Why am I not able to do exactly the same? So then, okay, let me first just castle. Or will you not play f4?
I think I would still play f4.
You play f4, and for example, I do the same stuff to you, what you did to me, Nicholas, d6.
Mm-hmm. Yes, knight f3, rook e8.
Well, knight f3 already, bishop h3.
Yeah, that's
f3.
always a problem.
Yeah, let's just show this, because this is what we are learning from all these games, that whenever you weaken yourself with g3, black moves with the d pawn, then this bishop h3 will already force white to give up the castles. Yeah, it's illegal to castle through a check. That's the problem. So this is a huge issue. And this case, it means that after castles, after the a4 variation, so a4 castles, maybe you don't need this weakening move f4 at all. In this case, then you might just play towards the center with knight f3. However, maybe this is what Hikaru disliked, that he wants to get a more complex, more fighting option, and he thought like, I need to get f4 in order to create the double H scenario, and just playing on the queen side will not be enough to disbalance Magnus.
Yeah, probably. It's definitely in either case was not a simple decision, but now it seems to me that one tempo, if you played A4, if you played F4, it's not making a big difference for Black, and Black has a clear plan, playing castle, D6, rook E8, something along these lines. And what is White going to do? And I don't really want to put my knight on F2 so much. How do you feel about this? You like the knight on F2?
Well, it feels like a logical follow-up of F4, yeah? And also Magnus was saying that, this knight D1 issue is there, and knight F2, knight F3 is like the logical way. However, of course, if there is a better alternative, then we should go for it. But how do we get the better alternative?
Well, it seems that now maybe going D6 first is more precise than castling, because after castle I would be in time to go knight F3 and then castle and be ready for bishop H3.
Yes, exactly. So after the move A3, you want to play D6 first in order to meet knight F3 with bishop H3. This kind of provokes or invites me to play knight F2, but then you can go E5 immediately maybe as well, yeah? Is that your idea, or you just gonna castle and then stick to the original plan?
Yeah, playing E5 before I have castle seems a bit risky.
Yeah, especially if you are not in a must-win situation, yes?
Yes. But somehow I would like to keep the knight on D1 and keep the rook open. So maybe bishop G2 instead
that is the idea, yes. Okay, so bishop G2,
I mean, I don't like to lose that tempo playing bishop G2, but... And he castles.
And he castles, okay, so... he castles, yes, exactly.
So he did not play D6.
That was the analysis board, yeah. So after G3, Magnus thinks like, okay, let me castle. I will decide later D6 or D5. And now Hikaru, well, he will play knight F3. That's a move you kind of blitz out. You know that you have to develop this knight. Knight has to go to F3. And it's played.
Quick move by Nakamura. Time is about even right now. Nakamura started quickly, but then he slowed down. And now after knight F3, are there alternatives to D6? Does anything else make sense? I mean, D5 we don't want to play because it weakens E5 too much.
Exactly. That would surprise us very much if Magnus plays D5. D6 is the move. And also we know that, Magnus knows that all I need is a draw, but if the game actually deserves a different treatment, then he will always go the principal way. That's how I know Magnus, and that's actually also the way how you should be dealing with these must-draw games. You shouldn't be playing for a draw. It's also much more pressure on the opponent when you confront him over the board and put you under pressure, then going immediately on the defensive, and then he can slowly build up. His energy is coming, his belief is coming that, all right, I have it. But Magnus goes D5. That's a shocker. That's a total shocker because it does not exactly fit to everything that he has done so far.
Yeah, things are speeding up here, right? And for the moment, I believe that Magnus feels fine. I would take black.
You would take black, yeah?
I would take black.
Even after D5?
Even after D5.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the bishop coming to H3. I like...
I understand, but we'll not give you the chance to go there. The big question, knight F2 or bishop G2 or castles. I'm expecting knight F2 to be played, unless it's a mistake. Well, otherwise, then bishop G2.
Bishop G2, castle, or knight F2 are basically the options.
Yes. But I'm a little bit worried to lose a tempo on bishop G2. I don't have good feelings if I have to play bishop G2, then I have to castle, and I also have knight. It feels slow.
It does feel very slow.
It feels slow. But if I can't play knight F2 for some reason, and Nicholas, you are checking with the engine, is there a specific reason that black can punish the move knight F2, or it's just sophisticated?
There's no specific reason. The computer is just not a big fan of putting a knight on f2 for some reason. Wants to reply with knight g4,
yes,
and trade some pieces.
Yes. That was the move that I also felt like it's typical computer, yeah, that knight f2, maybe knight g4 is a super smart move. And then already we are trading pieces. We are not just trying to trade the dark square bishops, but we are also changing one pair of knights. Then let me even put it on the board because this is very instructive. And potential black will, after the trade-off, let me just take now everything to illustrate. What I felt that f6, knight f7 might be a very harmonious setup then for black, covering the dark squares and eventually going e7, e5, and then we will be asking white, what did white really achieve? That's a very clever strategy.
That looks very harmonious to put a knight on f7.
Yes.
And this is the last big problem for black to solve in this position. Where do you put this awkward knight on d8?
So Magnus played the move d5. It shocked us in the sense that we were very happy with this d6, rook e8, e5 idea, but the move d5 is very healthy. Setting up this bishop h3 threat, and if against knight f2 we have this lovely reaction with knight g4, then it already makes perfect sense.
So why not castle?
Why not castle?
If I can play after bishop h3, maybe rook e1. And then knight f2 comes with a tempo.
Let's see, bishop h3, rook e1. However, this is so a little bit dangerous for white. We don't have any tricks with knight g4, queen h7. Probably not. I just wanted to highlight that suddenly there is this diagonal, but white can always block it. But Hikaru goes
knight f2.
Knight f2, yeah. That's the human move. That's the move that basically is connected with his plans. But knight g4 could be very unpleasant for Hikaru now. Judith, your feelings?
I like very much knight g4 to start exchanging a little bit, to make some air for black's pawn f6, knight f7. That is something I like a lot. I don't feel the harmony in white's pawn structure, you know. I like it very much that black has this d5 pawn controlling those c4, e4 squares. Also, I like very much the queen on b8 for the future, especially when knight g4 is going to be exchanged. Then there is not so much power already on the square e5. Bishop on b2 will be eliminated. So I also like the white square bishop for Magnus. While white has a white bishop on h1,
it's biting.
Yeah, it's biting into the c6, d5 pawn setup, which was very smart to do it from this point of view.
Yeah, and I just feel that once again, let's go back to the starting position. b4. It's very tempting to play d5. We have seen, I think, Vincent playing d5, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave going for c6, g3, d5, that to occupy the center and everything. But Magnus somehow sends the essence of the position, I think, so much deeper. Yeah, one could argue that the other players have to play for a win, so they are in a different mindset. But I just want to treasure in this moment, yeah, that playing g6, inviting bishop b2, now not trading the dark square bishops, going knight f6, and Magnus already kind of sensed that Hikaru will go for the Leningrad Dutch setup with f4. He sensed it. He came to us and he told us that the knight on d8 and knight on d1 are one of the key issues in the position. I'm also very happy to set up a5. I don't want to rush with e5, not to run into this f4 bishop e5 problem, trapping the queen. Everything makes perfect sense, and knight g4 on the board. Magnus just plays perfect chess, and it will be very difficult for Hikaru to create something. But how do you create something against such a monster?
Knight g4, smart move, and it seems like black is playing with energy.
Yes.
Because he goes knight f6, he goes knight g4, and Magnus did not want to exchange on b2. He says, we are going to be exchanging those pieces when I was saying so, when I also wanted, with the better circumstances. And I don't want to bring your queen into activity with playing queen b2. And now I want to eliminate your active knight on f2, so I have more space for the rest of my piece. What do you think going back on bird's eye view?
Yes.
And see what's going on the other matchups, what's going on, for example, between Fabiano and Vincent, because they are also playing for a lot of money and also for a spot for the next event in Las Vegas?
Yeah, well, we actually see, I think, a position where the strategy that also Hikaru is using is working to perfection. Yeah, this b4, f4 kind of construction with bishop on b2, knight f3, the knight heading to f2, getting the grip on the dark squares on the e5 square makes perfect sense. Fabi, I believe, succeeded with everything he wanted. On the other hand, Vincent also cannot complain too much because this is a game where basically you can just play a rich game. Maybe white is objectively better, but he needs to create winning chances. And he's maybe also trying to provoke Fabi to extend a little bit further, and I will try to counter it afterwards.
But let's listen, Fabiano, what he has to share with us about today's game and about the position.
I think this is the best possible opening I could have hoped for. And like Hikaru and I both have a similar development, but I think that Vincent played d5 too early, and as a result, he can't really play c6 because his queen gets trapped. And then he has to waste some time, like moving his bishop from c8 to develop his pieces, or, I don't know, his knight on d8 never develops. I think it's like very, very bad for black. That's my feeling, at least. And Magnus is probably in a better position because he can always play d6, so bishop e5 doesn't concern him. But for Vincent, the e5 square is just uncontrollable. He never controls his square without like trading bishops, losing the right to castle. And if he plays like a5, I play b5, I keep gaining space. His knight on d8 gets killed. If he plays like bishop d7, my mode of development is like one knight goes to f3, and then the other knight can go to f2. This is like very safe to cover h3, play g3. Or, I think more ambitious and probably better is to play knight e3, attack d5, c6, he defends it, then plays c4, get both my knights in the center, and then I can develop like my kingside by playing bishop g2. I can also not move my knight from g1 so quickly. I can play like if he plays bishop d7, for example, knight e3, I attack the pawn, c6, c4. He has to take, otherwise e6 just kills his entire position. So he takes on c4, knight takes, then I just control the e5 square. It's like basically a Dutch from heaven. You can't imagine a better Dutch. So probably Hikaru is also rather happy since he used to be a Dutch player like way back, maybe 12, 13 years ago. But I'm extremely happy with my position. I think, of course it's still complicated, but I think it's about as good as I could have ever hoped for, from the opening at least.
What is your take on? Oh, we have Maxime also.
The center. And in this situation, I must win. Obviously, I'm not better, but at the same time, I get everything to play for. Hopefully, I can get some. Like my central pawns can restrict, for instance, his knight on d1 or g1, because he also cannot really move knight f3 for now. There's e4, there's bishop h3 sometimes. So yeah, I'm pretty happy, especially after how the game went yesterday. So I was not sure I would get a game. I was happy also with, when I started analyzing the position, I felt like white had no obvious way to put pressure and to put black on the defense. It seems like it materialized, like black has no issue in general, of course, except for the fact that apart from Magnus, we all need to win. But at least it gave us a clear collective goal. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the development of my game. I want to soon develop my pieces, castle, and hopefully get a game. But I think that's the way things are going right now.
Well, we had a treat from both players. So let's start first, analyze what Maxime had to say. He played in a very dangerous, maybe too active way. What do you think, Peter?
Well, if we look at Fabiano's game first, yeah, because in my mind, yeah, that was the first I would like to first express everything that Fabi had to say there. And he was very happy. He said that I couldn't have hoped for a better position. This is a dream come true. This is a perfect Dutch. He was really criticizing Vincent's first move, d5. He thought like this was a bad move. This was a huge inaccuracy. And after bishop b2, knight f6, f4, he said like, yes, black can never fight for the e5 square because c6, bishop e5 traps the queen. The knight on d8 has nowhere to go. And he is dreaming about playing g3, and that night he was even saying, does not go to f2. He's hoping to get it to e3 and follow it up with c4. And he has a huge advantage. He said this is a dream come true. He was very euphoric. So if we listen to his wording, then we could think like, wow, he won the first game. Now he gets a dream scenario. What are the chances for Vincent at all to come back? I also have this feeling that Vincent got carried away that how do I create chances from the beginning, and he got careless. And he might have not been ready that Hikaru is actually playing for the position. He wants to get the upper hand. He's not thinking about draw at all. And look at this, how the game progressed. f4, g6, g3, knight e6. Criticized by computer, but it's basically a logical move. As Fabio also said, the knight has nowhere to go. There are no good squares. White opted for knight f3, short castles, and knight e3. Hikaru is following everything that he revealed us, maybe also eyeing the d5 pawn, but we already know from his confessional booth explanation that c4 is very much on the agenda. He wants to challenge the d5 pawn.
Interesting that c4 is priority. I would think f5.
Wow, f5 because the knight now moved to e6. Yeah, that was not a move that Fabiano kind of explained to us. Yeah, so you might have to. Now you can't really play c4 because then black has the chance to go d4, and that would be a game changer. Immediately everything makes perfect sense for black. So after the move rook d8, which was just played, f5 already played by Fabiano.
So fast, look at that.
So fast, showing tremendous confidence.
But f5 was inviting. I mean, when you play knight e6, that pawn is going to be pushed. Wants to be pushing away the e6 knight. Obviously, black cannot take on f5. I mean, that would be deadly. So the question is whether black is going to be moving back with his knight, which is not a great help from d8 to go in two moves to f8, let's say.
Yes.
Or going to g7. It also does not look so promising with the bishop on h8, to tell you the truth. So it seems like Vincent struggling at the moment in this position. It did not work very well, the opening part of the game. While I want to emphasize how great Fabiano played the opening, right?
Yes.
He played b4, and he understood, he grabs the idea that bishop on b2 playing f4, how powerful it is, because it is paralyzing the queen on b8 for quite some time.
Exactly. I think it's also a wonderful lesson for Vincent and probably for all the younger players that actually just because your opponent needs only a draw, it doesn't mean that he will have to go for stability, try to save the game, try to go for a draw. Fabiano is a brilliant player. He already after b4, d5, my feeling was on the confessional booth that he will never even agree to a draw in this game. He wants to win. He wants to punish that move to show that, no, you can't get away with such moves against me. Yeah? I find it very interesting to hear this mindset of the player. And Vincent is completely shocked that what? He is not even thinking about stability. He goes b4, f4, knight e3, f5, and goes after my king like if he is in a must-win situation.
But I want to remind you that in the qualification portion of the event, they played their last game, game 11, and the draw was enough for both players to qualify and be number 7 and 8 to proceed to the knockout phase of the game. And there, Fabiano was playing with the black side. Draw was enough for him. And somehow he played the way that it was not good, and he just got smashed.
Yes.
And it was fortunate, all the other results in the tournament, that it worked out, that he did not have to play a playoff, but he was qualifying, and now it's a little bit the other way around, that for him, again, draw is good to move to the third place and have his ticket to the next event. But he's playing so sharp. So I'm thinking about it. Is Fabiano not the guy who really wants to play for a draw? Whatever situation is, he just likes to play the best possible chess. But now I think it's time for us to go for a very short break. Let Vincent think about what is he going to be up after f5. And also, Nakamura is thinking after the very strong and powerful move by Magnus knight g4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
My name is Hikaru Nakamura. I play professional chess and we're here to do some filming.
Ranked number 2 in the world, he stands out as one of the most intuitive and adaptable players in modern chess, a game that has been part of his life since his earliest childhood.
I was exposed to chess at a very young age, I would say about 6 years old. Both my brother and my stepfather played chess competitively, and I naturally became interested in the game, and I started playing in my first tournament at the age of 7.
As a 5-time US champion and a leading figure in the streaming world, he has been instrumental in popularizing chess online and introducing the game to a broader global audience.
It's quite nice to sort of see some of the people, to see those who have followed me as a streamer, and just to meet them and at least know that there are fans out there.
Holding an ELO of 2,804, he takes pride in the path he's followed and the player he's become.
If I told myself 5 years ago I would be where I am now, I would never have believed it. So I think things happen for a reason, and I'm very happy with where I'm at, so I have no regrets.
His approach reflects a deep confidence in his experience and instinct, sharpened over years at the highest level of chess. His focus remains clear and grounded in the present moment as he looks ahead to new challenges like freestyle chess.
I haven't done any real preparation, but I still think that that's the great part about it, is that it's simply whoever comes with the best plans on the board should win, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Arjun, congratulations. What a day of chess for you. After losing yesterday, you first struck back in the classical, won the first rapid game, and now held a tricky endgame. Out of the 3 games today, which one was your favorite?
I think I should go with the classical game because there were quite some beautiful moments in that.
What was your favorite moment in that game? Was there something you were particularly proud of?
F4 followed by Queen D8 was very cool to play. Like F4, E4, Bishop F6, G6, Knight G4 is crushing, and after Knight E4, Queen D8 is such a cool move to play. You don't really get to play such moves often.
How does it feel to win this match after a long day of chess?
It feels great. Obviously, not in contention for first anymore. That is disappointing. But I have, in this must-win kind of situations, I have done quite poorly. So winning this game definitely boosts my confidence in such situations.
Prag stayed here the whole time you were playing. Is it nice to have that support out of a close friend while you were playing?
Yeah, it is definitely nice. I jokingly said maybe you should stay back, and I didn't think he would actually stay, but I'm happy to have such a friend.
I did an interview with him, and he wanted to be done before the game started because he wanted to take a look. Tomorrow you're playing Maxime. Are you looking forward to that match?
Yeah, very much. We have played quite a few times, and many games I got better, but he's always very, very tricky and has this great tricky resources he finds. So it's always a pleasure playing against him.
And finally, something else, the final, Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura. What's your prediction? Who will win it?
I think Magnus will win it.
Arjun, thank you very much. Congrats again and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
No sleep, you'll never find me dreaming these days. Lonely, I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
If I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about.
If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible. you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want.
Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a soul you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end.
And we are back after a very short break to Paris, to the event. Freestyle chess all over. The final is going on. This is game 2 of the final between Magnus and Hikaru. And we have some moves already on the board since then. We have some exchanges. And we have the night parade here. What do you think, Peter, about this position? Maybe we can go back a few moves?
Yes, definitely after knight g4. That was the move we left. I just want to highlight that, yes, Hikaru made sure that, yeah, he's losing some tempo, but he wanted to keep as many pieces as possible on the board. What I'm talking about, we will see immediately after knight g4. He said, yeah, there is no way I'm going to trade all the lights, all the minor pieces. So he took on h8. That's clear, takes, and then played the move knight d3. Not a happy move at all, but we know that Hikaru is in a must-win situation, so just going along the most natural lines with knight take g4, bishop g4 trading, one more pair of minor piece, and black anyway already will set up this f6, knight f7 solid construction. It was not something that Hikaru believed that he will get any chances. So he opted for knight d3. I'm kind of liking this choice. On the other hand, Magnus also beautifully look at this, how he reacts after knight d3. f6, of course. The knight gets the chance to be activated on f7, short castles, knight f7, queen to b2, queen is activated, finally the rooks are connected also. But black is very solid, the pawn on e7, that's the soul. If the black pawn would be on e6, everything would be vulnerable, everything would be weak. Super important to have this pawn on e7. Move e3, white also stabilizes the structure. Magnus falls back with the knight to h6. The knight was doing already nothing on g4. He kind of reroutes it to f7. He opens up the bishop diagonal. The bishop can be developed, and Hikaru falls back with the knight to f2. That's the current situation. Judith, what are your feelings? How do you like Hikaru's decision of maintaining as many pieces as possible?
Well, I think basically he has no options.
Yes.
He has to keep as many pieces as possible. And because when you have many knights, it's a very typical story that you want to occupy a good square and you have only one knight to be there. You can't do it with both knights.
And
here,
Magnus goes knight g4. I was also exactly wondering what happens after knight g4. This hurts so much. And yeah, Hikaru goes with the knight to d3. Magnus will fall back with the knight to h6. And then Hikaru will have maybe to waste one tempo on bishop g2, which he definitely does not want to, or he did not want to, but what else if he has to continue the game?
So what we are witnessing here, Magnus says, and everybody knows, draw is enough for me to be the champion now. So now it's your turn, Hikaru. It's your turn. You have to burn all the bridges in order to create something and to be able to win this game, to equalize the match. And of course, it's incredible hard because how to do it? Black has a very stable setup there with the incredible nice pawn structure. And as you highlighted, how important it is that the black pawn still stands on e7, not on e6. Protects the f6. Also, the other more important thing is that the c8 bishop has its diagonal, so it will be, probably we will see bishop g4 or bishop f5 possibly bringing it out. But at the same time, there is no real rush for black to do so, right? But the question is, how will you improve your position with black? From knight h6, you want to keep it only there, so when white plays knight f2, I'm ready to jump to g4 and chase you? Or it really wants to go to f7, support the plan of e5 eventually?
Yes, what I wanted to highlight immediately, that the reason why I'm so impressed is that actually Magnus has not developed the rook from a8. He did not develop the queen from b8, and also the bishop from c8. However, the feeling is that all these pieces are already in game. You don't need to. Yeah, that's kind of this true artistic element, yeah, that Magnus is showing here. That, you know what, I found a way to get those pieces into the game without even wasting time. This c6, a5 kind of stuff. The knight on d8, which was the trouble knight, is already now beautifully standing on d6, the perfect square, the ideal square. Black's knight on h6 is also very mobile. It can go to f7, it might also stay there. The big question is now that everything is so perfect for black, you have to kind of lose your harmony with your next move.
This is exactly what I wanted to ask you, that if you consider that you have your knights on a perfect spot, as you mentioned before, the a8, b8, c8 pieces did not make a single move. At the same time, you have the impression that they are in the game. But how will black optimize his pieces? For example, my first question, the bishop exchange was on h8, so the king is on h8 for this reason. Now, from the pin, Will black go to g8 in order that one day, whatever happens, e5 or something, that it's better on g8 in the long-term strategy? Let's say 14 moves from now, it will be standing better on g8, or it's not clear yet, and it's just perfect, or possibly it's just as good on h8. Or my question is, will the c8 bishop not in the future, but maybe immediately, does it have a better square than on c8? Or the b8 queen, it is playing already in some way, supporting on that diagonal, but is it better on c7? And we see Magnus playing knight h6 to f7.
Yeah, he plays the move knight f7. I was actually thinking, like, what white could do. Yes, it was the clear what black will do. Okay, black will finally make a move. But there is a plan. I was thinking that, could it be that something like h3, g4, and somewhere trying to go g4, g5, because if we could eliminate that pawn from f6, then we get access to the e5 square. That could be strategically very interesting. Of course, it's a slow plan. On the other hand, the position is kind of slow. I'm not exactly sure what to think of it, but certainly I also believe with the knight on h6, after bishop g2, I was thinking like Hikaru signals. Bishop g2, I want to play h3, I want to get g4, and I want to go g5. And the diagonal is also then open for the queen.
You really want to play h3, g4?
Yes, I'm in a must-win situation. What can I lose? I don't have anything to lose. I have to create chances somehow.
At the same time, while the white knight is on d3, the black d6 knight can jump into e4. Attacking the g3, and also I think it's a pretty nice square for the knight, and if I want I can jump with the other knight to d6 to support it, and maybe even showing up on c4.
Yes, it's a very clever idea, because with knight e4 you are taking away the c3 square from the queen. Let me just show this one more time for our audience, that why this is so important, that if you don't jump with the knight to e4, you jump to c4, then I felt like, okay, I might just sidestep with the queen, and this knight is doing nothing exactly on c4, but even then knight fd6. So actually, this is the idea of Magnus's knight h6 to f7, a seemingly quite little move, nothing really happening, but he's anticipating that Hikaru wants probably to go h3, g4, and with knight h6 to f7, I'm always ready
and then a little later,
from this angle or from the other angle, to start harassing that queen and also targeting the d2 pawn. Very nice.
But I think it was quite some time, like 15 minutes ago or so, when Magnus was in the confessional booth during our break, I think. So why don't we listen what he had to say exactly in that moment and how he feels about the game.
So one of the reasons that I chose not to trade the bishops when I had the chance on move 1, 2, 3, was that I thought I could do this later. Like in those lines with trading on b2, I thought anyway probably knight g4 would be a reasonable plan, and I'm not actually losing time as far as I can see. Also forcing the move a3 instead of him playing b5, I think it's more useful for me than it is for him, for sure. As I said, it gives my queen a little bit more space and so on. So I'm curious as to what he has up his sleeve here. It seems that my position is very healthy. The one bishop that he will have left on h1 is not super effective at the moment, and because it's sort of being blocked by my pawns, and the other bishop I can maybe trade off for a knight at some point and set up a light squared sort of pawn chain. So I think I'm doing well, very, very solid, and yeah, it's up to him to try and create something.
Well, he seems to be happy with his position, and he's calm. And if we see the heart rates, it's also pretty stable for both players now. Of course, there is no great action happening on the board. And strategically, we see the pawn structure. The b4 is there, the tension is there. Magnus is hesitating probably continuously, while Nakamura also has to be thinking, a b4, will it come? When it will come? But it's always there. At the same time, the knight on d6, knight on f7, where are they going to be landing? defending in a few moves, e4, c4, or black is going to be waiting. Knight d4. Of course, it's kind of a provoking move that black, let's go e5, which obviously will not be on the board because the king is on h8.
Yes.
And it should be on g8 now if one wants to be playing e5. But of course, it is not something Magnus is thinking right now. But what will be his next move after? Yeah, because e5
Yeah,
takes.
there is also this problem. There's a pin here. So that's why the king is missing from g8. But also, even if this would not be possible, this tactic, even after knight f3 probably would be highlighting that there is this diagonal also opening up and there is another pin. So, of course, this does not work for many reasons. Hikaru is inviting e5, the move that Magnus will never even consider. That, no, I will only play e5 if it works. It's clearly not the right moment.
Actually, before we dive into this, there is a confessional boost from Hikaru, and I see that he's winning. He has a very big chances. So let's see what he had to say. Caruana. Bye.
I don't know if, I needed to attack, but I was very tempted. So I think, critical moves, knight g7 here. I mean, he can't take for sure on f5, so knight g7 or knight f8. Knight g7, g4, I'm going to play. And if he takes on f5, gf5, knight f5, there's c4. And then the queen gets into the game. The problem is still he can never play c6, his bishop e5 just wins. His queen says c4, he takes on e3, not to lose the piece. D takes c3, and then any move I play knight g5, bishop f6, and queen h7 mate. And knight g5, if he plays, he can play c6, bishop f6, queen h2. Actually, that's not too bad. That kind of makes sense. Because bishop 8, I should actually probably consider that a bit more. But I think after dc, even without knight g5, I'm probably winning. Maybe knight g5 is not the way because of c6 or c5. But I should have something else which is winning. I always have rook g1 check, bishop g7, and then take on f6 and something to attack g7. But yeah, that should be winning. Also, rook g1, bishop g7, knight g5 now might be very strong because now c6 take, queen h2, there's knight f3. So okay, this should be winning if he takes the pawn. Also, if bishop takes f5, I play knight f5, c4, same ideas. So, and he can never free his queen. And if let's say if he plays knight g7, knight e3, a5, then I play b5. He has c5 there, bishop e5, queen a7, but I think even c4 should be very strong. So it looks like a crushing attack to me, but maybe I missed something. I don't know. But it really feels like it kind of has to work. I mean, his queen is on b8, and he can't get it out, so the attack just has to work. And if he plays knight f8, also I'll play g4, I think. And then very often, d5 is weak, so I can sometimes play g5 and start attacking d5, or just put my bishop on, d4, queen b2, and then start threatening g5. So yeah, I think it's going very well, and I'm happy that I chose this very concrete approach, which I didn't need to. Actually, I feel like maybe only Magnus got a decent position at the opening with black. Because, okay, Jan is just probably playing risk-free advantage for nothing. He queen d1, take e3, knight moves h3, and just bishop pair, d5 is weak. And I don't really understand Arjun's game, but I'm wondering if f4 is very strong now. At least it's very thematic. And I don't know, he could play f4 g6, but it's kind of hanging in midair. So maybe, he probably has to go for something because he has to win. But I do feel like something is tactically very dangerous for black. Although maybe, strategically, if he can play g6, knight e6, and get c5, then of course black's doing great. But I don't see any world where this happens without white getting something first. Also, Vincent played knight g7, so I'll play g4 now.
Well, Fabiano gave great insights about all the games, what was going on. A few minutes ago, he was there and described it. But look at this poor B8 queen. What has happened? How black is trying to survive, but he's losing material already, and I'm not even sure that bishop will be capturing the rook anytime soon.
Yeah, not at all. I'm believing that Fabi probably will even go for his c4 idea. Is that the move? Because he was every time claiming that I want to go c4, and that's why he also explained that I wanted to have my knight on e3 so that I support the c4 move. But he opts for b5. That's a surprise. Of course, his position is so good. One would say the exchange cannot run away. But I would be so happy and so relieved in my heart if white would ever take this rook. Okay, let me activate the queen. Let me get the black squares, the dark squares, and then I will have maybe some hopes for counterplay. Is Fabi actually saying that I want to first kind of isolate your pawn structure with BC, BC, and then to go c4? I don't really get it, but he was so happy. He definitely considers his position to be winning. And one more time to highlight this mindset. Yeah, he said that how happy I was that I decided to go for the concrete approach. Yeah, he never gave Vincent the chance to somehow stabilize, which probably Vincent expected that, okay, I'm doing something strange, Fabi will try to be solid, and then maybe I will get my chances. Fabi actually never gave him chances, that was never looking for stability, he just wants to crush and use his chance.
Well, Fabiano was playing the finals in Weissenhaus exactly with the same opponent, Vincent, and there things did not work on his way at all, and that's where Vincent won against him and took the champion's $200,000 cash prize as well. So now Fabiano is very much on revenge mode. He won yesterday, and today draw was enough already for him, but he did not play in a solid way at all. He played b4, then after d5, which I think he claimed that it was already a mistake.
Yes.
After that, immediately he pointed out that f4 will be very strong, because exactly this idea what happened at the end in the game, that when you play c6, d5, once bishop e5 comes. So now Vincent is on the survival road right now, but maybe it's interesting to see the stats of the accuracy, because up to this moment, we see how the players are playing for today. What do you think about this part? Vincent is only 80%, while Fabiano is 93%. This really shows in the game as well.
Yes, the position, basically after b4, d5, it was already clear that it's going on the wrong direction for Vincent, and just shows one more time how difficult game this is, this freestyle chess. You can't make a single natural move. It's very natural, actually, reaction that your opponent plays in the flank, b4, then you should play in the center with d5. And there we see Magnus's accuracy, 97.9 accuracy, this insane b4, c6, and then not going d5 at all, keeping the flexibility, finally playing d5 at the moment when it already works perfectly, setting up this knight g4 idea, which Magnus actually revealed to us that he had foreseen already at the moment when he was thinking on move 3 to trade the bishops, and then later he will always have this knight g4 idea against f4, knight f2. That's super high level.
At the same time, we've seen also that Nakamura is even a little bit higher, 97.5% to 97% of Magnus, the accuracy. So Hikaru is also playing very well, but the question is whether is it going to be enough for him. So I think we looked enough this position.
Yes,
I don't think we want to look at it too much longer, because black is having a very, very difficult position. Let's see, though, how Fabiano will be able to convert it, because once the bishop is going to be exchanging for the rook, it is a material up for white, but it's not so easy to convert it at all. It's a close position. The central is very strong for black. So we'll see whether this f5 g4 structure will serve well for white or not so much, because maybe it looks much worse than it is for Vincent.
Well, if that bishop is removed for the rook, then suddenly we will be talking about dark square weaknesses. The bishop on h1 is buried just like in the Magnus game, thanks to this c6, d5 pawn structure, and maybe then we can even claim that the g4, f5 pawn structure is vulnerable, But this bishop on e5, that's the monster bishop. Also, Fabiano activating with his queen b4. Maybe he's going to queen f4. He certainly wants to finish, and I would be very happy to look at another game.
So let's go to the bird's eye view and look around what has happened in other games in the meantime, because there is some action also already since we've been there last between Hikaru and Magnus in the center. After all, Magnus could not resist and played e5, which is aggressive. It was a provocation with knight d4 by Hikaru. So he was inviting black to go e5 and attack the knight, which was just a few moves ago going there. At the same time, my question goes again back. Is the king on h8 really standing well, or is it going to pay a penalty because it's still there in the diagonal where the c3 queen is standing?
Well, give me a tempo and I will play the move to king to g8, or if it's possible, I will Jadoub the king. Yeah, may I Jadoub? Yeah, king is on g8, not on h8. Yes, jokes aside, I feel like the game is heating up. Before we were very happy for black that black had a very solid construction. Now the game becomes sharp, and the big question is that any kind of breaks, how does it transform this position? Yeah, that will black be able to maintain his center? Yeah, f takes e5 is played. We're expecting the move f takes e5, the pawn capture back on e5 from Magnus, and then that knight will have to jump somewhere, and then some e4 break. Yeah, because if white would have time to break this construction with a timely e4, then the knight on c4 would be loose, and somehow black's piece is also overloaded. Yeah, the knight on c4 keeps an eye on the e5 pawn. That's why there is stability. But if that knight ever will be kicked away, then all of a sudden there are weaknesses in black's camp. Yeah, fe, knight b3, blitzed out by Hikaru.
Up, so
and
later.
Now the big question, how do you restrict white? Is e4 a threat? Is somewhere some knight c5 move also in the air? Maybe, Nicholas, I think you have been clicking already. I heard your clicks. You are the right man to ask, how is this position now heating up?
Let's have a look together. Indeed, we saw some trades, and Magnus going for a very concrete approach, going for e5, which was not necessary if we go back a few moves. It was a disposition after queen c3. He could have also played maybe a slower approach, putting the other knight on d6, and he would be in good shape. But he was arguing, well, let me distract this rook. Let me trade on a1, so this rook is away from the f-file. Now I can play e5 without having to worry about the rook, pushing back the knight, but it does give white some targets. So now suddenly you do need to worry about this pin and maybe the pawn on e5. There is the pawn break that you mentioned with e4. There's still this pawn break also with b5 in the air. And yes, the position is equal, but it feels like, to me at least, Nakamura has some more hopes now that something could happen here with these pawn breaks looming. For example, if you play bishop f5, maybe I can try to prepare it again with knight f2, trying to play e4. Black is still very solid, but there are some chances. So if I just look at this, and yes, I do realize that the computer is saying this is all equal, but if I look at with my human eyes, I see the black king is could be a bit vulnerable. Maybe I get some kind of a better pawn structure. I do have a little bit of hope here with white. So it is still equal. It is still very solid for black. But it feels like that black maybe needs to be a bit more precise now to not get under some pressure. What do you guys think?
Well,
I agree.
It is interesting if white will be able to push e4 and somehow to force matter in the center. And the question is also, is there any other option for white at all? Because in the last few moves, what happened? A takes b4, exchanging the pair of rooks. So is the rook on a1 stance good with white, or white has to bring it back to e1 or f1? Because actually it's biting air.
Yes, probably the a-file is not important at all at this moment. We'd also like to highlight that the knights on b3 and knights on d3, they seemingly go nowhere. but we have already seen that somewhere the knight might be able to jump to c5 connected with this e4 break. So what happens then if black just says that, you know what, your idea is somewhere based on this jump to c5 and I will play a move like b6, but then exactly this very stable construction that we talked about, the c6, d5 pawn chain versus the bishop on g2, can be undermined with b4, b5.
Exactly.
And all of a sudden we get a completely different dynamic. The evaluation bar, for example, did not jump. For computer, it does not really matter, but humanly, believe us, please, that this is something that you don't want to allow from black's perspective. And if you don't play b6, then this knight c5 jump will always be in the air. So there is something really to think about for Magnus. It's not anymore that I can play by hand something. The game is on. And I think the fans of Hikaru and everyone who is hoping for a very exciting match should be happy now, because the situation is much, much more intriguing and exciting than half an hour ago.
Yes, the reason why it is, I believe, because things happen in the center, right? E5 was played. But what you're saying, b6 does make sense to take away important square of c5, but at the moment it doesn't work, which means that maybe I don't play b6, I'm going to play my king g8.
Your favorite, yeah?
My favorite
the
to go out.
move, yeah?
Yeah, somehow I want to go out of that pin.
Okay, we talked about e4, so let me play e4 then.
But I just wanted to say, if you go knight c5, I go b6,
no,
and I want two tempes, right?
As they say, yeah, the threat is much stronger than the execution. Knight c5 is waiting to be played when it hurts the most. We are keeping it in our pocket.
Yeah, actually, it seems like e4 is an extremely strong threat. This is what you want to say, right?
Yes.
Well, I can take d takes e4.
Well, d takes e4, okay. I even have a choice. I can take bishop e4, queen c4.
Even.
Yes, I might even take the knight on c4. I don't know which one is more sympathetic. Okay, I take on c4.
You take on c4, I take on d3.
And I take it back. Okay.
Queen takes d3.
And I have a much better pawn structure. You already have a vulnerable pawn on e5. The knight on b6 is wonderful. Bishop on g2 is great. What else can we hope for in today's world?
Queen d6.
Okay, even endgame is fantastic for me, but I'm in a must-win situation. Let's not forget about it. So I sidestep queen c3.
Is it really so nice for you? I can even go knight g5.
Very nice. I can assure you I'm super happy. I'm very happy. And Hikaru would also be, because, okay, compared to everything that happened before, this is now a full-fledged fight with strategical benefit. Actually, will you hit me with knight h3 check again? So I go h4.
Just like yesterday.
h4! You would never play h4 if it's your game.
No, I will, but after calculation. After calculation.
Knight f2.
Okay, knight f2 and knight c5, for example. Yeah, I'm guessing I'm bringing my knight.
Well.
Well, I weakened the square. I'm just saying that there is intrigue here.
This is not Peter chess. This
well,
is
I'm in a must-win situation.
Okay,
B6.
knight g4.
Knight g4, okay, king g1.
And maybe knight g4 was too early.
But what I want to say that white should be happy that there is a game, yeah? There is life.
Yes.
There is unbalance. We are in a must-win situation. Sometimes we even have to take, of course, risks. I was much more worried that if I don't play h4, yeah, then, oops, where did I go? So if here after knight g5, I'm not playing, you will anyway play knight h3 check, and then my king will be boxed in. Yeah,
that's
so
true.
h4 was out of desperation, let's call it like this. Yeah?
Yesterday it was the same setup also
Yeah,
from the other side, right?
Yes.
White knight was on h6 and king was trapped, kind of.
So yeah, we got carried away because it shows that suddenly there is so much to talk about. Before it was like, Magnus has a solid position, we don't know what Hikaru will do, how do you get counterplay, we know that he needs to win. And all of a sudden, the lines are heating up.
Okay, so I have another question. What happens here in this position? What is standing on the board where Magnus is taking his time to decide? So we can say maybe that king g8 is slow. So what about knight g5 going straight forward to h3 with the knight?
Wow.
But as you say, the threat will be more powerful than the execution.
Yes.
So don't even hope for knight h3 that I will just play next move.
But look at the evil bar. The evil bar, at least on my screen, it jumped after knight g5. Why are we not getting this move, the move that I just played on the analysis board?
It's there.
It is there, yeah.
It is there, yeah?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Nice. Okay, so knight g5 heading towards the h3 square. Okay, if computer says white is better, there should be something very special. And if there is something special, that
Well,
means
maybe
probably
just
knight
knight
a5.
a5, yeah.
Yeah, but this, why I say that it's special, because we haven't been talking about this motive. Instead of maybe b6 is also kind of taking away both c5 and a5 square, not just the c5. And if we eliminate this knight, then all of a sudden...
And it's not only that you eliminate the knight. My problem is with black, if you go knight takes a5, then b takes a5.
Well, or even maybe knight takes e5 tactic could also work, yeah? Also
We can
possible.
show the checkmate there.
Yes, let's just show that after knight takes a5, things are already looking very strange. And even the question of knight takes e5 appeared, that who knows, maybe we are threatening knight f7, king g8, knight h6, checkmate. It's looking
Absolutely.
very loose.
It's killer.
Yeah, it's a killer. So it's not so easy for black to try to be active. So in fact, black should try to find the way to maintain stability. And
Okay.
Yes?
Okay, so I don't go knight g5, I don't go king g8, I bring my queen finally.
To d6?
To d6.
Yes, okay. That's a solid move. But here actually I kind of thought about knight a5, that is this I want to
after
talk
knight
about.
a5, you know what I'm going to be playing? b5.
Oof.
You like it, you don't, I'm going to play b5. Look at my c4 knight.
Oof.
I'm threatening with d4.
Wow.
Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, now, of course, yeah, if black to move, then d5, d4 would be very unpleasant. Or then I have knight takes
You
c4.
have knight c4,
I
yeah,
have knight takes c4.
yeah.
So don't threaten me. Don't try to trick me like this. Yeah, that I'm studying d5 and I'm believing. Yeah.
Well, in principle, in the long term.
Yeah, you should also then learn another lesson. Everyone who is watching, that you shouldn't be affected that you think like your opponent is signaling that I want to trick like this. You have to double check, because you never know exactly that you feel like, yes, that's the set, and you have to believe your opponent. No, 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 no. Always think for yourself. So b5. Now, of course, the strategy move with the knight b3. Coming back, you weaken the c5 square. Can I play the move knight b3? Because now I'm just so fascinated by this move. Computer hates it. Probably now you can go knight g5, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, no, I don't have time. Otherwise, it would make sense, but no, it's too slow. So b5, good practical move.
Finally, I'm activating the queen from b8. I stabilize that very nice knight on c4. And your queen on c3, I mean, it's good. Unless
it is bad.
Unless it's bad, because it's very much away from the king side there.
Exactly, and there is no real coordination between my pieces. Okay, can I play knight c5 then here?
I sense that Peter doesn't like the position with white.
Suddenly now after
Suddenly
b5,
you don't like
this
it,
is,
yeah?
Yeah, I was hoping that I will be able to disbalance your position, and then you are now stabilizing it.
Yeah, but after knight c5, I can go knight g5. You're not having the pressure over the e5 pawn anymore.
Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Knight h3, I show up at some point even.
And on the board, queen d6, yeah. Magnus follows Judith's footsteps. I haven't been able to find the real direction for white after the move queen b8 to d6. Let's see if Hikaru will be smarter than me. It's clear that queen d6 is connected with knight a5, b5. I guess that without this b5 resource, knight a5 kind of is annoying, but after b5, this is knight a5 blitzed out by Hikaru.
Yeah. It was not the only move, there was also e4.
But he was expecting queen d6 and foreseen that he will react with knight a5. Now all eyes on Magnus. And Hikaru, does he know that actually is not fighting against Magnus, but it fights against you, Judith? That's the big question. b5, a lovely move.
Well, after b5, the game is really heating up,
Yes.
right? That White really has to show something.
And Magnus will play b5. This idea that you will have this d4 move at the right moment, I'm losing somehow my balance. Okay, it would be nice to ask Nicholas. I'm already losing my balance because Judith is hurting
Knight
me with these
a5.
beautiful moves.
Knight a5.
Oh no! After knight a5, I'm ready to fight again. Yeah, then it's kind of a solid construction. But yeah, please take it away and tell us what was computer thinking about all this.
Well, computer likes knight takes a5. And b5 is also, of course, interesting to stabilize the knight on c4, so you can take back with the b pawn. But now maybe White can break with e4, since d4 can be still answered with knight takes c4, counterattack against the black queen on d6, and after b takes c4, queen takes c4.
But I would not go b takes c4. I'm sorry, I go queen e6.
Yes, queen e6, and I move to queen. And I understand that you like this with the pawns, but White apparently has some play in the on the open files.
This tempo is important, right? So I don't have knight g5 immediately.
Yes, rook f1. I'll be ready to play rook f1 next, and you won't checkmate me yet. But of course, humanly speaking, I'll be also a bit concerned here with White. So definitely b4 was very interesting. Also that Magnus decided so quickly to take on a5. Computer, by the way, also mentioned knight b6 as a possibility. But yeah, knight b6 looks a bit odd. Knight takes a5, pawn takes has been played already.
Yes.
And now White has this pawn on a5, so sometimes you can put some pressure on the pawn on b7. Black is still very solid, but I think Hikaru will be reasonably happy. He has some chance, he has some ideas, maybe rook b1. It will be the question where he can break, though, because now e4 can be also always answered by d4, but he has rook b1, he can maybe put something on c5.
Exactly.
There are some chances. Peter would love to play this position.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, much more than after knight a5, b5, because that was very complicated. It was difficult to understand how do I navigate, but now there is a clear plan. Yeah, rook b1, queen c5, any kind of endgame can also be tricky. Of course, Magnus relies on the fact that after trade of queens, he will land the knight on d6, which gives him stability, but we still have some d3, rook b6, a6 idea breaking the construction. Yeah, if b takes a6, then the c6 pawn falls, then it's a total catastrophe for black. So I see danger for black, and I see prospects for White to be really asking questions here for Magnus.
Well, I think that king g8. Finally, yes. King g8
the Shardubin move is there. It had to be played.
First of all, the pawn structure became much more promising for White, right?
Yes.
From b4, it ended up capturing on a5, so now the b7 pawn can be a real target for White. Rook
yes.
b1, knight c5, as you should.
And also that we have this break with a6, and then we can get to the c6 pawn. Yeah, so black's beautiful, stable pawn structure can be undermined.
Yes, but the question is, for example, that if, let's say, now it would be queen c5, knight c5, knight d6.
That's maybe early, yeah.
Can White really have anything special? I don't see real targets in Black's position.
Well,
Black is passive, kind of.
Yes, I need to spend the time somewhere on d3, which I did not want, because knight c4 will, for example, rook b1. Who knows, maybe you can use the chance to jump with the knight to c4.
But maybe I just go rook f7 first.
Yeah, maybe, but also that I have to worry about this kind of things. My pawns are loose, so no. We won't be rushing with this. We'll play rook b1. Okay, black has made the move king g8. Bravo, very good move, clever move. We also go along the same footsteps. We also make a logical move, activating the rook. Computer hates it. Don't do this to us, computer. Rook b1, the natural move. Why would it not be the main move? What on earth is this? Is there maybe some e4, knight e5 now that you stepped out with your king and then you are going for attack?
Yes.
That's what you're going to do, and that's your style, Judith.
Well, the question is whether if you go e4, knight c5, b7 is hanging.
Then you just sacrifice it. Knight e5 takes, then queen f6. You will checkmate. No. This is very dangerous. So probably then I can't play the move rook b1. In fact, now we have to...
But you will not checkmate.
But we realized, let's just highlight that this was not just a Jadou-wing move, but suddenly also setting up a completely different kind of direction?
Well, e4 can be a very serious threat and very unpleasant for white because the knight from f7 activates itself, not necessarily from g5, though from g5 it is
As
also
well, yes.
very unpleasant. The question is really that if white will have enough time to put enough pressure on the b7. To be honest, I don't think that white is in time for that.
Yes, no. Actually, and I looked at the computer, you know what suggests for white? And always, whenever I see a computer, I like to highlight, because I'm not using engine, that, and I spotted that if e4 is the move from white, does it come natural to us that we transform the pawn structure with b takes a5? We are thinking unconsciously that it's all about the b7 pawn. We are thinking about this break with a6, and then suddenly e3, e4 is kind of the way to go in order to avoid black's counterplay. Is this natural?
Well, I think it is, because I don't want to see the black pawn on e4, simply.
Yeah, now that we know that e4 is a threat, yes. But e4, it steps into your kind of counterplay. Yeah, takes, knight g5, so the engine does not worry about this. It's kind of interesting. White's king is a bit vulnerable.
Well, maybe white can go rook e1.
Can you? Then takes bishop h3, knight f2?
No, not so fast.
Knight
e4, queen e4.
Intermezzo. Okay, wait a second, then let me think.
I mean, at least that was my plan, to go
let's
queen
just
c4,
highlight,
queen
after
e4.
knight e4, queen c4, very important. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, even that maybe is not enough for an advantage for white, because there is simplification. We can go through on the board also. Knight e4, queen c4, queen d5.
And if queen e4, then we just trade everything, bishop f5. That was your line, yeah?
Yeah, and then rook e5, bishop d3, rook d8, and black is just saving the game.
This looks very drawish. But,
rook
wait
e7.
a second, rook e7. Yeah, you are unable to take both d pawns, because then I get pawn to a7.
I can go rook d5. Isn't this enough? Rook d5, rook b7.
You have to, but okay. Yeah,
a5.
This is drawish, but not yet a dead draw. By the way, also I felt that after instead of knight takes e4, there's a move like bishop f5. How would you react to that? Because bishop f5 is knight f3 check. It's the same idea like I want to eliminate the knight on d3 with my bishop.
And after bishop g2, e4.
Yeah, or just take on d3.
Yeah.
This might be a problem. So computer suggests the move e4, but okay, this d4, bishop e4, knight g5 over the board in order to be able to
maybe after d4, knight
this.
c5 to try to capture it with the knight.
So after d4, what you want to do?
Knight c5.
Knight c5, okay. Knight g5 would be logical, yeah?
Yeah, knight takes e4.
Super solid.
Takes,
but you are in a
f5.
must-win situation, don't forget. You are in a must-win. Why are you trading pieces? Psychologically, it's not so easy, no?
I understand.
Yeah, bishop f5, some development. I know, because this is the point that we would like to stabilize with white. Those are the controversial thoughts that the player has over the board, yeah? I'm in a must-win situation, but my opponent has counterplay. I want to stabilize, but then it's simplification. Then how do I create winning chances? Those are very big. By the way, also bishop takes c2 threat tactic is there, yeah? So if white retreats the bishop to g2, then I can even take bishop c2.
Wow.
Queen c2, queen d4 with a small little tactic. All right, all eyes on Hikaru. Then after king g8, it's so tough. It's so tough to make a move because e4 is a threat from black. If you think like, yes, if e4 is a threat, I can play e4, but then you realize d takes e4 followed by knight g5 is way too much dynamic. It has also this martialish kind of feeling that black can sometimes sacrifice a pawn for liquidation, for initiative, for counterplay against white's king. How do you react to this?
Nicholas, can we ask you, what are the updates in evaluation and opportunities? Do we miss something that White can play for and give a hard time for Magnus and try to equalize the match?
It is very difficult, and it's quite a crucial moment in this game, because if Hikaru does not go e4, Black, as you pointed out, plays e4, and White cannot really hope for much. But after e4, well, d4, all right, this is not a big problem. White moves to queen, the game continues. What do you do after d takes e4? And indeed, you should play knight c5 to take back on e4 with the pawn. But the big question that Peter immediately highlighted was what to do after knight g5. Because if White takes on e4, well, after knight takes, bishop takes, you've traded some more pieces, the bishop comes to h3, and you're not gaining much here. This is just equal. This is completely fine. So the very difficult move to see here is that White can go h4, inviting knight f3 check when you can take this knight. So the point is that rook takes f3 doesn't work because of knight takes e4, counterattack against the queen. And now if you take on c3, take on d6, this is just winning for White. So, yeah, I see Judith laughing. It is a bit funny. And queen f8, queen takes
it's
d5.
Insane. It's not even funny. It's insane, yeah.
Yes, so basically this is what Hikaru needs to see. And not only that, you also need to realize that after e takes f3, I can play the calm move king f2.
The simple, easy, natural.
Block the pawn. I have actually sacrificed the pawn here, but I have a very stable construction. The knight is very strong. I put the rook on e1, and White is better here. So this is incredibly tough for Hikaru. I would be honestly shocked to see this line happen in the game. But then really the question is, what do you do in this position? If you don't go e4, then it is also very difficult to pose any problems, or rather I should say Black's very comfortable otherwise. e4, knight e5. You guys looked briefly at this move rook b1, but yes, indeed e4, knight c5. Black can spend some time protecting the pawn on b7, go queen e7, and if you try to still go after with queen b4, now I'm coming for the attack, knight e5, knight takes b7 and queen f7. And this is just not really a winning try here. Now you cannot play rook f1 because of the knight f3 check, bishop takes, pawn takes. The knight is attacked on b7, and there's a very strong threat f2, followed by queen f3, and Black is actually winning. So you would need to do something else before that, but Black is definitely not worse. It's better rather. So huge moment in this game, in this final, if Hikaru does not play e4 and finds this crazy variation, which Peter called insane, then basically Magnus should be very safe.
I couldn't ask you in a better moment to shock us.
Yes.
Because when you started to show this line e4, very logical, we had this debate, d takes e4, knight c5, maybe we can show it, we go on. e4 takes. We played the position, knight c5, knight g5. But if you are so genius to play h4, I mean, first of all, e4 is on the board.
e4 on the board, so the right direction. Now the big question is, does Hikaru already see the genius h4 move? And that's the big question.
But it's so unbelievable. Can we show it again? Because like my mouth stayed open and I could barely close it, because knight f3, okay, you can still calculate this, bishop f3, right? And if rook f3, wow, knight e4. But after ef3, the position looks like, why did I give a pawn away? And then Nicholas tells us king f2, just blockade that beautiful pawn on f3. And White is better?
And just chill, you have the dark square control. Actually, it's very similar to what Magnus was doing yesterday, the dark square strategy. The knight on c5 is a monster. Suddenly, White, the light square bishop from Black on c8 is not really having any effects, and the queen is not able to reach to h3, the anti-square. If that queen, because the knight is covering all the important squares on the diagonal.
But I'm sorry, if we don't have the engine, and Nicholas is not telling us that how great idea it is with White. I mean, would you analyze it with white? Would you consider it in a game with white? Would you realize it that, okay, I have all these weaknesses on the king side, queen h3, queen h2, and so on, but I have a knight on c5, so you never get there?
Well, my feeling is that if I got to see this position in my calculation, I might be tempted and interested. I'm not saying that I will think that I have an advantage. I will say that it's interesting.
But not objectively? Because of the match situation, or objectively?
No, even objectively. Even objectively. For me, what is insane and why I feel like this is kind of impossible, that after knight g5, you think like black is threatening knight f3, knight h3 and everything, and then you kind of invite it with h4, and it turns out that knight f3 is not a threat. I don't think that, for example, my brain, I don't think that it would get this information, yeah, that you can do this. Once you give me this position, yes, I have a monster knight, I have a good pawn structure, and if you are really not reaching to h3, clearly without engine I would say that this is just completely out of control. I have no idea who is better, but it's an ugly kind of position.
I think after d takes e4, Hikaru will probably play bishop takes e4 or knight f2.
But those are so unimpressive moves.
Probably bishop takes e4, knight g5, bishop g2.
Like this, yeah, to be.
But we should hope for Hikaru to find this.
It would be amazing.
Of course, we would love to see that.
This would be the most amazing decision if he's making this in the tournament, I think. We've seen a lot, but for example, the queen sacrifice for Magnus, okay, that we understood immediately, right?
Exactly, yes.
Or in the Nodirbek game when Magnus
or the fantastic thing for Arjun's queen d8, brilliant, stunning, everything, but we made, wow, it's fantastic. But here this h4 is so hidden, and it's from such a distance you have to see it in order to be able to go for the line d takes e4, knight c5.
And first you weaken further your position, so that the opponent piece will be defending my own king.
Yes. No, it's from a different planet. Of course, I would love to see Hikaru play it. I want to see Magnus's reaction. Is he falling from his chair? How will he react to it? Because that will be a shocker.
But there is a situation in which case, if let's say Magnus, because Magnus sees all these crazy things all the time, right?
Of course.
So let's say Magnus says, I have a move d takes e4, or I can do maybe something else, and he sees that d takes e4, knight c5, knight g5, h4, knight f3, takes king f2.
Problem.
I don't like it at all, but after knight c5, what can I do? I cannot avoid it. So maybe he sees it, Hikaru doesn't see it, but he's not going to be taking on e4 because of this.
Yeah, could easily be the case, yeah, because Magnus is such a strategist. And often we talk about this, that as an opponent, you always see more resources for opponent than for yourself. Often it's the case. Yeah, so, and Magnus being the strategist he is, he might think like, I don't want to end up in this crazy, because it would also suit Hikaru's style perfectly. Yes. Once he gets that position, I'm balanced, I can play, I'm safe, I have a good knight. Black's king is also vulnerable in the long run. It would be a very tricky situation. D takes e4 on the board. All right, let's get ready.
The big moment now.
Get ready for knight c5.
We want to see knight c5.
He can only play knight c5 if he sees h4, because otherwise after knight c5, knight g5...
There is nothing to...
There's absolutely nothing. No, I mean, I wish Hikaru to play knight c5, but I think he will take on e4.
Okay, I have a question. If we go knight c5, can we move it on the board? Knight c5, knight g5. Why h4 is the best? Why can't I go with this understanding that knight f3 is not a threat? Queen e3, for example, because that's more of a human move.
But then also some knight h3 check you will have to take. Bishop h3, then you are always in a mating net.
But I go knight e4 and then I go knight f2 kicking you off.
Yeah, but it's a bit passive. I'm not afraid of that. Then the knight on f2 is not on c5.
He's about to take
No, he's about to take. Oh, no. Hikaru, please think. Maybe you can. We are channeling all the energy.
No.
No, he takes, yeah. He's human. Yeah, he's human. He's human after all, and there is also this tremendous pressure on the players, and nobody signals them that, wait a second, there is something that the computer highlights, and it's so beautiful also to give the chance for the whole world, to all our fans, to see why we hate to play against a computer. It's just no fun, because the computers are brutal.
Well, still it's hard to believe, but that would have been an amazing opportunity and chance to play further in a very sharp way and pose real problems possibly to Magnus, but for sure he would have been surprised as well if he didn't see this option coming. So bishop e4 is the human move, very natural, blockading the e5 pawn, keeping the knight on d3, putting pressure on the e5 pawn. Let's see if knight g5 is the move which is coming next, or bishop f5 may be better.
Well, knight g5 is very tempting, no? That was the move that we discussed, but yeah, I believe already Nicholas said that maybe we could have tried the move bishop g2, which is possible according to computer. So actually computer does not like knight g5 so much, which is good news for white. If you don't have to worry about this active, aggressive knight g5 move, and maybe this is the reason why Hikaru felt like, wait a second, guys, just calm down. Why I have to be a computer super genius if I can just play simple moves and I'm anyway having a nice position? Tranquilo, bishop g2 tranquilo. Because let's just highlight that this knight h3 would probably lead then to bishop h3, and we are in a mating net, but we don't care because we just take on e5 with the queen?
That's what I would think.
Is that the move? And there is no long-term issue, no Marshall-ish kind of compensation that I kind of highlighted some 15 minutes ago, that I felt that black might have the chance to just play in long terms.
Bishop h3 immediately on the board.
Wow. That was a move we haven't seen coming. It kind of prepares knight g5, clearly also invites white to get the knight back to f2, but now I'm liking white, because I feel that white gets stability without any craziness. Everything that happens on the board is something that we can humanly understand. Also kind of nice, no?
Well, we think that we understand, let's put it that way, because now I don't understand. Is knight f2 a good thing for white, or after knight f2...
Knight g5, you are coming, yeah?
Well, it's a question whether knight g5, or you just go back bishop e6 or bishop f5.
Yes, but okay, I have a grip on the e4 square that gives me stability.
Well, of course, it would be much nicer if you would have the knight on e4, not the bishop.
Yes, so I will try to regroup.
Yeah, so... Yeah, knight g5 is also possible, of course. But I don't know.
Okay, knight g5 is so tempting, no? It's just, I cannot even stop my hand not making the move knight g5. No, Nicholas, don't you have also the same kind of feelings? You have the mouse in your hand, the knight is on f7, and I want to get counterplay. I have to play the move knight g5.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Magnus gets up. I think he's now kind of comfortable. He thinks that, yes, Hikaru played well, but I'm having enough counterplay on the king side, and with knight g5, bishop h3 to maintain the balance here.
Well, I don't know if maybe knight f2 is not necessarily the best. Can white go differently? The thing is that after bishop h3, while the bishop leaves the defense on the b7 pawn, rook b1 doesn't make any sense because this f1 square can be deadly, right?
Yes.
So black is playing suddenly very active, and pinpoints out that the g2 bishop just left defending and protecting the king on g1. And actually, I like bishop h3 a lot.
Yeah, practically speaking, it's a very nice move, especially now that we know that after knight g5, bishop g2 was a viable option. Yeah, I just felt that this knight h3 will be good compensation, which wasn't the case.
So what white is up to? Knight f2 was one option which we discussed. And is it an option for white to go a6 and exchange the pawns? Probably not, because you just capture it, and queen c6 is not possible to queen d4. And probably bishop c6 is not possible to rook c8 and bishop d7.
Yeah, I'm worried. I know I'm a person, yes, I'm a person who often worries too much and too early, that there is counterplay, and that's why I'm the prophylactic player. I'm trying to avoid any counterplay.
Also, I see on Hikaru's face that he's not happy. How am I going to create winning chances, really?
yeah, this knight g5 counterplay is there. It's one of those things that bothers you over the board so much, yeah, when you see that the opponent has a clear-cut counterplay and you're unable to completely stabilize the position.
Yeah, he's not happy. I think he also underestimated this move because after bishop e4, knight g5 is so inviting.
Tempting, exactly.
That, okay, knight g5, you're handling, well, okay, bishop g2 and e4 and this and that, and bishop stands so well on defending the b7. But suddenly Magnus said, no, activity is more important. That diagonal and the g2 square, f1 square is much more important first to control that with the bishop, and only after that to have the threat of knight g5.
Exactly. Once again, the same thematic. And I don't know, a part of knight f2, my intuition doesn't signal me any move for white. I just feel like rook e1 is slow. I cannot afford to waste a tempo like this. Knight g5 is coming.
So, okay, after knight f2,
yes,
what does black do? Where the bishop goes back?
Knight
or
g5.
Knight g5.
I'm going knight g5. I want to put the pressure. I want to put, because if you fall back with the bishop, then I can also fall back with my bishop, and I will set up this knight e4 kind of idea, maybe.
And I go queen e3.
Yeah, queen e3, but okay. Now the bishop stays on h3, right? And this is a monster bishop, always these mating ideas.
We talked about queen f6. Are you going to go there, or you have something better?
No, queen f6, then knight takes h3. I do not like this. Knight h3, king g2.
Well,
What
you can
that?
even go back, knight g5.
Yeah, but okay, it's not my intuition. But what
Okay.
is my intuition? Maybe queen e3 is a... Well, my intuition was saying that if you play queen e3, I will be able to eliminate your light square bishop, and I will always rely on this f1 square. But if I'm not able, if knight takes e4, for example, is not such a good move, let's even put it on the board just to see how computer evaluates it, and computer doesn't like it that much. But you take back with the knight.
I think we can see Magnus in the confessional booth. Let's
Wow.
see that.
I think I definitely had some advantage at some point, but I mean, I've been steering the game more or less towards what we have now, which does give him like a little bit of long-term potential, but I think as for now my pieces are much too active, and there are some concrete lines now, like rook to e1 maybe is the most. No, rook to e1, queen f6, that doesn't work. I think yeah, I think knight f2, knight g5, bishop h1, maybe queen f6, queen e3, then bishop f5 I think is quite clean, because the idea is that I'm threatening the pawn on c2, and if you're protected, then I can go knight to h3 check, which kind of exchanges off more pieces and removes kind of what intrigue there is left in the position. So I think for now I'm very comfortable, but we'll see.
Well, that was the important message to us. He's comfortable.
He's comfortable. Hikaru actually played the move bishop h1, which Magnus mentioned after knight f2, knight g5. Yeah, he was also trying to keep that bishop, that light squared bishop. He's comfortable, but is it really objectively so correct what he was saying? While we were making the moves, I have seen the other bar jumping, giving white some hopes. So maybe Magnus is overestimating his position.
It is possible. It's good that you're bringing that up, that overestimating a position for a player, it can be very dangerous. But right now, I think after bishop h1, there's an important square for the bishop, which he was mentioning, not exactly this way, but after knight f2, knight g5, bishop move, queen f3, queen e3, queen f6, and bishop h1, bishop f5. So I wonder if he will be playing bishop f5 immediately back, controlling the e4.
No, he goes queen
square.
f6, because he also said against rook e1 that he wanted to play queen f6. He was relying on this queen f6 resource, and the bishop is still such a lovely bishop here. Yeah, if now suddenly the knight jumps, then already the typical queen f1 checkmate that we all have been waiting for is there. I'm curious to see how Hikaru, will he now play knight f2 and then transpose to Magnus's line?
But you know, after knight f2, I might be going knight d6.
A different
From the
route.
other, I know I cannot because you captured the bishop.
Then
I'm
I
sorry.
take, yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
no,
so-
knight f2, knight g5, or bishop f5. This is a question which...
Yeah, and Hikaru is about to make a move, so I'm putting the knight back to d3 because let Hikaru play this move. I'm pretty sure that knight f2 will be played. It's so natural.
What about knight f4?
Yeah, but then the knight is loose. Where is this knight heading?
Knight g5, right?
Yes, exactly. No, knight f2, and actually the line Magnus was saying that knight g5, queen e3, bishop f5 is so comfortable for him. Computer was saying h4, and white gets the upper hand, and there is nothing to worry about. So it's kind of, and it's a very natural move. Yeah, white just stabilizes and might have some small pressure.
Well, it seems the very natural square for the knight on f2, and we're going to be seeing that on the board or not? Yes, knight f2. Nicholas, what can you tell us? What are the updates after knight f2? Does it look so well for black as it is, or it is overestimated?
It is still close to equal. Maybe bishop h1 was not the most challenging move. Maybe directly going knight f2, knight g5, and queen e3, also a variation that you guys discussed, was a bit more challenging because, yes, if you take on e4, yes, you have a strong bishop on h3, but I also have a strong knight on e4. I can always come back to f2, and this seems to be a bit more pleasant for white, for example, going into his endgame here after queen d5, queen b3. It is better for white, but if it's enough, that's another question. Maybe something like this Hikaru did not like, so he played the bishop back, queen f6, knight f2, knight g5, and we're heading down exactly a variation that Magnus was mentioning in the confessional booth. Queen e3 was just played, and in this position, Magnus now mentioned a move bishop f5, which he was quite happy with. But it is not the best move in the position. The computer rather wants to either improve the position slowly or maybe go for an e4 push, which is a committal move for sure. After bishop f5, the point that Magnus was making, he wants to trade the knights on h3 and attack the pawn on c2. But as Peter already highlighted, what can go h4, force black to do the trade. Yes, you have done the trade, but at least I have space for my king, so I don't have to worry about this checkmate idea anymore. I can maybe put some pressure here on the pawn on e5. It is very tiny advantage for white, but the game goes on, and white can definitely pose some questions here. Whereas, well, I'm still thinking that the draw is a clear favorite in this position. Still, Hikaru, he will take any tiniest of advantage or any way to keep the game going for sure. So big question now if Magnus will go for bishop f5 or if he realizes, after h4 I'm still a tiny bit worse.
I think this h4 idea in different scenarios, what you showed before, it was very exciting. But even here, it is not clear whether for white it will be so natural that h4 is the right way, the best way to play for a win, because it is weakening the king structure for white quite a bit. And also, once you're going to be exchanging the knights, is it really going to be enough? At the same time, maybe the king on h2 will be kind of safe, but I'm not sure about that at all.
Yeah, not sure. But if I don't do it, then it will be even better for black. Yeah, easier. Yeah, so at least I create Luft. I don't have to worry about this queen f1 checkmate, queen sacrifice anymore. So I don't need to trade the bishops with bishop g2, yeah? Because I feel like if I trade the knights and then I trade the bishops, then my king is anyway way too vulnerable, will always have enough counterplay. I don't believe that I can just rely on this b7, e5 weakness. White also has enough weaknesses himself in the position. So Magnus was saying that I'm not afraid of it, probably is not afraid of it at all, but double checking. And he has 41 minutes at the moment. When he started thinking at like 44, there is absolutely no reason why he should rush with this decision. Yeah, you can just think for 5-10 minutes, making sure that, wait a second, which transformation of positions I'm liking more, which is more to my benefit, which one has the long-term risk. You just have to kind of think of all these possibilities, and then you maybe realize that, wait a second, if I'm not 100% satisfied, I also have the chance to find some dynamic possibilities in the position, like with e4, opening some more diagonals.
You know what is my question? Right now, White basically completely tied up.
Yes, fair enough.
I can't really go. Can I go knight takes h3, takes, and king g2, and then knight
Not
f2?
really.
I don't think it's
No.
possible.
Yes.
Because if you cannot go knight h3, you cannot move anywhere else with the knight because of queen f1 checkmate.
Yeah, it's a very
You
good
cannot
point.
bring your bishop. The only square you can bring is g2. Do you want to do that? Is it really going to help White?
Well, it's a double-edged question. I don't know the answer to it yet.
All this I'm asking because if, let's say,
Yes.
black goes e4, White goes with the rook. Where do you go? e1, b1?
I don't know exactly, yeah, because e4 is a dangerous move. It's a tricky move. I'm a little bit worried of it from White's perspective. There is no concrete threat, but I hate this when there is no concrete threat, but I still feel myself under pressure.
And it blocks the h1 bishop pretty much. So my real question is where I want to get. Wherever you go, you move your rook. Let's say
Okay,
go
move it
for
on
b1.
b1, yes, okay.
And let's say I go h5 because
Yes.
I don't want to see g4 maybe is a threat.
G4
Hard to
was a
believe.
threat.
Well, even that you cannot take on h3 because queen f2 mate. So, but I go h5. So I don't want to see g4. I don't want to see you coming out of the box.
I get
What
your
can
point.
White do?
I get your point. Now the big question is, what can I do? Okay,
I mean,
bishop
maybe-
g2 is always a question. We see that the computer hates this for black, but it's absolutely just a white question. Over the board, you will be thinking about this because it looks like white is tied down. I don't want to take this e4 pawn. I don't think I can take because always this queen f1 checkmate is there. No matter how I'm taking, let's just show one more time. Yeah, knight takes e4 is very easy because queen f1 is a checkmate. But also, if we take with the bishop on e4, it's the same issue. Knight takes e4. We can't take with the queen because the knight is hanging. After knight e4, queen f1 checkmate is coming.
You can go knight h3 though. After knight e4.
Wow, I can play. Wow. Okay, but this means that after bishop, if I have to reckon with queen takes f2, another tactical possibility. Yeah, for example, what happens after queen f2? Queen takes f2, rook takes f2, king takes f2, knight takes e4 check, king e3, knight to d6. How do we evaluate? Rook takes b7?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but you shouldn't go, I think, maybe king e2,
Yes,
maybe king
because
e1.
then knight c. Yes, exactly. I have to, because here there is this knight c4 check idea, and then the knight is in time, so I have to put that king somewhere else. But I can never play bishop c8 because of no. Okay,
A6.
so where do I go?
A6.
King e1? Yeah,
no,
but there is
A6
knight
is-
d6.
Exactly.
So why is this losing? Rook b8 and then c4, c5. Okay, but this is crazy. Yeah, that I'm in every single tactic. What a crazy position.
C4, C5, D4.
D4, yeah, crazy. C4, C5 wins the game. So
this is quite amazing. And this
What
king
a line.
E1, right? King
Yes.
E1.
hiding.
Maybe king E2 also.
Maybe, but yeah, king e1 is stylish. So wow. And if after king e1, knight d6 happens, then already the stunning rook takes b7 is working. Knight takes b7, a6. We know this motive with the knight on b7 and pawn on a6, but that black even has an extra bishop. And because of this, can you remove the pawn on c6? You are winning. Then the bishop can get access to the long diagonal. But this is a
Did you ever
harmful pawn.
had this in practical games?
I
this
had bishop
pattern?
takes b7, knight b7, a6. I
Okay.
had it against Winans in 93 Vaikanze. I was
Okay.
13 years old. I was so happy. I was looking around, people, please gather. I'm about to
Yes.
take bishop b7. I'm a small boy, but I know my stuff. Yes.
Yeah, we like this. I remember as a kid, and later as a teenager, I loved it. And also now it brings smile on my face.
Yes, absolutely.
To see it in classical game, especially in this such an important game, is the final. of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam event number 2. And what is going to be the decision by Magnus? E4, bishop f5, bishop e6, h5. I don't know what else is possible.
Yeah, we already heard him that his original plan was bishop f5. Yeah, he was relying on it and he was happy. I don't see any problem. Everything is fine. But now he's taking his time already for like 10 minutes. And if he suddenly realizes that this bishop f5, h4 is tiny bit worse, then maybe he is tempted to go for the dynamic possibilities. And it was so nice that we at least tried to make some moves, and then we discovered that, yes, there are crazy amount of tactics in the position. There is so much tension here.
And maybe we can say that it looks a little bit better than it is for black, because if you think about it, it's not really dangerous for white. It just seems though we visualize this queen f1 checkmate, right?
Yes.
But with the queen on e3 stabilizing,
and the knight on
f2, black knight is on g5. Yeah, there would be much better places for the black knight. d4.
Well, yes, but on the other hand, we're also so happy about knight on g5. We are fighting for the e4 square. Once again, the game is so intense and so interesting, and there is so much at stake in this match that it's very difficult to leave this. Yeah, I just feel that every single second, the body language, the way how the players are reacting. We also know Magnus's thought process. He wanted to play bishop f5, was thinking that this is absolutely fine. Now he's thinking for 10 minutes. He might overrule his previous judgment.
At the same time, I would like to suggest to go on bird's eye view.
Yes.
Because there is this other match playing for the 3rd place. It is very exciting, and we've seen Fabiano sharing with us that how optimistic he is. We haven't seen and visited that position for quite some while. And let's see, how is he standing? He has...
Well, Vincent managed to sacrifice his queen for 2 pieces. Well, normally 2 pieces are nothing, but knowing that he had that issue with the dark squares, this monster bishop on e5 was causing so much trouble, I'm actually much more happy with this position. I know that it's losing. We look at the evil bar according to computer, it's completely lost, but humanly speaking, there's at least something to look forward to. 2 bishops, the bishop on h8, the dark square bishop, is happening. If white takes knight d5, c d5, then I'm getting a central structure. But of course, queen is a queen. So I don't want to give any false hopes for Vincent fans. I'm just happy for Vincent that he did not get crushed away. At least he's able to make some active moves.
Yes, and I think the problem will be of black's position, that once white is going to be in the right moment, h4, h5, and trying to attack on the king side, while there is, I don't see too many counter chances for black. At the same time, maybe it's not so easy because black will capture on e3, and then the g4 is hanging. So Fabiano still has to show his skill how to convert a winning position into victory. And sometimes it's not so easy, even though you know that you should have a winning position. The rook on a4, it bothers me a little bit. Should you take on d5, then they strengthen the center for black, and the bishop pair can cause you some problems. Then e3 can be moved. So Fabiano still has to be accurate to convert this. But from practical point of view, I understand you that you feel that there are chances for Vincent.
I also think, like Vincent, maybe for the very first time likes his position today. And maybe I'm lost, but at least I will have some activity. In the meantime, Magnus has opted for e4, so e4 on the board. But just quickly to use the chance of the bird's eye view, what's happening on board for Nepomniachtchi and Abdusattorov? Well, it seems like this is a winning situation for Nepo because the draw is kind of almost guaranteed. But the rook on b4 is trapped for the moment. This is the one trick, so white can never play bishop b7 due to rook b8. He needs to bring his king to c3, protect that rook in order to be threatening bishop b7. So Nodirbek is still hoping for something, but objectively speaking, it should be a draw, however tricky. And another quick update on Arjun's position. I feel that knowing that black is in a must-win situation, are we believing white has the pair of bishops, but black has the light squares, the d5 square? maybe white is not better, but only Nicholas could tell us that, according to computer, is there any real chances for Maxime to muddy the waters, or is solid enough for white?
I think there are still chances, but it does look like it is heading to a draw. I mean, position is equal, but it is still a bit messy with all the pieces on somewhat random squares. But I think that draw should be the most likely outcome. In the Abdusattorov game, though, with the rook trapped on b4, honestly, I think Nodirbek has decent chances. It is objectively equal, but I was just clicking around a little bit. You're never able to get this rook out of b4. I would be really worried as Jan, and he doesn't know it is equal still. So Nodirbek, I think, could fight back. I would rather expect a decisive comeback result there than in the game between Erigaisi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, now this king e7, king d8, king is heading to c7, avoiding any kind of bishop b7, then black will be able to activate the rook. And the question is, will he be able to break into white's position? Maybe the white king will just stay on g2 against rook h8 and against rook e8, king f2, but will there be a Zugzwang issue?
Yes,
for
maybe.
example, because the bishop can never move from a6, then a5 traps the rook. It's an insane, it's a crazy kind of situation.
He should have never gotten into this.
Never, yes.
Jan was a bit imprecise, allowed this to happen, and he can be honestly happy that he's not just lost already. With the rook and bishop just stuck, you'd think this could be also easily lost.
Well, it's quite unbelievable, I see, what is going on happening there with Nodirbek's game. Probably when it ended up rook on b4, Nepo was not aware of it, that actually it's going to be in a dangerous spot because it's trapped. He trapped his own rook, even though it seems like it's active, it's controlling the b5, the bishop on a6, how well it stops the a7 pawn, and then suddenly you have to realize that, oh my God, I cannot move my bishop because of a5, I cannot move my rook because of the pawn and all the black pieces. The only piece I will be able to move is the king, so the king has to control and fight against the black rook, which is going to come on the h file and the e file. So there are a lot of excitement, which Nepo was not looking forward to.
Yeah, not at all. And I was thinking, like, how is black planning to touch white? But it's not only that the pawns are vulnerable. If ever the rook gets to a1, kicking that bishop from a6, then a5 will win the game.
Actually, white still has bishop b5 in that situation. That saves white, because the rook will get to a1.
And then a5, rook a4.
Yes,
that's the resource.
Barely, yes.
But okay, to rely on this is hard attack kind of scenario.
No, Jan will definitely not be happy right now.
But okay, we should probably be heading back to a big matchup.
Yes.
The big final, the grand finale, the final game, the second game. Magnus is up. 1 point, he won the first game. Hikaru needs to strike back, and e4, rook e1 on the board. We got these two moves. Any feelings, Judith? First intuitive feelings?
I have some positive feeling towards Hikaru that he might be able to pose some problems to Magnus because, well, now queen f5. Let's try to break it down what black wants, because is he really want to attack the a5 the way that even he wants to capture it in the next move if Hikaru allows it? And this is typical, right? The rook was on a1. Not it was on b1 already, right?
No, it was on a1. We played rook b1 in our analysis.
Okay, so it was on a1.
F2 was a mistake.
Yes, because e4 was attacking the rook on a1. So now rook e1, and suddenly the a5 pawn can be vulnerable. And immediately Magnus pinpoints that because it's possible, because e4 was the previous move, and now horizontally the queen is attacking that pawn.
I actually like this e4 queen f5 much more than Magnus's original bishop f5. Probably because at that point he was thinking about many lines, and this is also the way how top players operate. Yeah, that you think about it and okay, that's already a good position. I have bishop f5 in my pocket. I'm happy. If we reach there, maybe I can even find a better one. But you know that it's not a dangerous position. Nothing to really worry about. So you don't have to be overly precise in your calculation, like many moves before, when the position will give you many possibilities later on, then you can decide. And he overrules his judgment, and he goes for e4, queen f5. So we talked about this, that what is white's move? Nothing really moves. Yeah, that how can we use this one extra tempo now that black has given us after queen f5?
Well, this is a big, big question. Because a5 is hanging, and I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, and still we are boxed in as well. Yeah, this e4 pawn, we can't really take this because of the same issues of this queen f1 checkmate. Knight takes h3, knight takes h3, we already talked about. Then the king has to go to g2 when we block the bishop. This is absolutely no-go territory. Even if it does not lose, it cannot be good. And otherwise, what do we do? Because everything is tied down to defense.
I don't know what can white do at all. Is it possible for white to go bishop g2,
bishop g2,
bishop takes g2, king g2, and well, I don't know what is the best move.
Well,
but
you can even take just on a5 if you want. Yeah, I maybe don't want.
Move. That's the move which I want to look at.
But also you have some knight f3. There's so much activity. But okay, let's just, for example, imagine I'm taking this pawn.
Queen a5, maybe. What I wanted is h4. I mean, it was working super well, h4 several times. Why isn't this the time now?
Well,
I'm inviting you to go knight f3 to be active.
Okay, I go along your wish.
And then I thought to go, well...
but also d2 is hanging.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a slight problem, even though I go rook b1.
Wow. Queen takes d2?
Queen takes d2 will be the problem, right?
No,
because knight d2, rook b7.
This is not good.
Okay, so if I go rook e2...
But what do you want? You are pawn down, you will be
I want knight e4 in the next move.
And you want to trap that knight. You want to prove that that knight is vulnerable on f3. You provoked it, yeah?
Somehow I want to play on.
But it's also unfair that queen a1 followed by queen g1 is not checkmate. Did you honestly tell me, did you expect the move queen a1?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I believe you. I trust you. I believe you.
I'm looking into your eyes.
Yes, I see it in your eyes. It's correct. Yeah, you have foreseen it. Okay, so then please tell us how you want it to
react. Knight e4.
Just knight e4. You are so cold-blooded. So cold-blooded.
Well, maybe just go back knight e5 and nothing really happens.
Yeah, but okay, I get your point. Yeah, there is still some tension here.
Yeah, because knight e5, I go knight f2 back probably. And your knight on e5 is unstable.
Yes, no.
And if I can show off with knight g4, it worked with Magnus yesterday.
And also maybe you get some d4, you cut out the queen on a1 and then knight g4 and everything. No, this is tricky.
The fight is going on.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, Hikaru. Judith is suggesting some ideas. Do you agree? But it's also so difficult. You know, you're in a must-win situation to play bishop g2. My heart is signaling that, wait a second, takes, queen f3 check. Then I might have to take e takes f3 check. King has to go back. Then black gets access to the a5 pawn. Yes, the knight on f2 is solid, but it's passive. Do I really believe in it? Not easy.
I understand all this, what you just wrapped up. What is the situation after bishop g2? At the same time, I don't know what else can I do.
Yes, this is the point.
I cannot take bishop e4 because knight e4 and checkmate on f1. I cannot take with the knight immediately because checkmate on f1. Where can I go with my queen? I can go away with my queen, but it's queen b6, queen d4.
Yeah, but whenever you move the queen, then the whole construction feels so loose on the king side. I think that Hikaru here is kind of inside very upset that, I mean, this guy doesn't give me chances. What is it? Yeah, that he was hoping for something, this bishop h3, queen f6, knight g5, e4, queen f5, everything somehow with perfect timing. He just drives Hikaru crazy. Yeah? We have already seen. He give Hikaru a chance, he will jump on you, he will create his chances, but he's not getting it.
I don't know, but really, do you see anything apart from playing bishop g2?
No, I'm actually also a little bit broken from the white's perspective, yeah, because I want Hikaru to be finding ideas, but where are those ideas? This bishop h3 was such a quiet little killer, yeah, that computer probably does not highlight that this is such an important move, but humanly speaking, this kills our soul.
Okay. I go rook b1.
Yeah, but then why did he go rook e1? Yeah, we talked about rook b1 with queen on f6. But
I understand, because this is how it happened. We blundered queen f5, so we can't make a move. Sorry, Magnus, I didn't play rook e1. I want to go differently. This is we have on the board, right? So I go rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1. Okay, so should I make the move?
Yeah.
I put it on the board. Rook b1. It's so difficult. Yeah, you just move the rook to e1, but there are no other moves. Yeah, we will not play rook a1. That's out of question. Bishop g2 is somehow a very sad necessity. Yeah, we don't want, but we put the rook on e1. We could have placed it on b1 before. And
but sorry, I have another question.
Yes, wow, okay, good.
What was it on bishop e4? I can take bishop e4, knight e4, knight h3.
Knight h3, yeah, that's the line that actually I think Hikaru was kind of hoping for. But I have knight takes d2 after knight h3. No, I can just take knight d2.
Hold on, I have knight f4.
Okay, but I have a good pawn structure. All my pieces are on perfect squares. Yeah, knight f4 is smart. You have to keep the knights alive. I have g5. Do I have
knew
g5?
it. I knew it.
Yes.
He's going to come up with g5.
I cannot retreat. If I retreat, you get the initiative. Now I have to use this. I have to play g5. Use the chance that you have to take my knight, and then I take, and then thank you very much. We are happy.
Well, we can say we are happy. You are happy with black making a draw, right?
Yeah, Team Magnus is happy.
Yeah.
The fans of Magnus are happy, but Hikaru's fans and the neutral fans who wants to see this incredible battle to continue, they are hoping for chances.
So I tried. It didn't work because of knight d2. What can I do? So let's go back, and I go rook b1, which I wanted to do.
Okay, rook b1. And I think it's nice that we are trying a little bit humanly. If we would ask Nicholas and then the computer immediately tells, you know, against rook b1 you can do this, and there is absolutely nothing that you can hope for, then we would lose the thrill of the fight. Are you relying on your idea that against queen a5 you have g4 tapping the bishop on h3? You already mentioned it. That's why you highlighted this h5 move from black. Is that your devilish idea?
Well, it's good that you're reminding me on that, because I just wanted to take knight h3. But let's see g4 first.
No, but I'm listening to your moves. I'm not forgetting them. I have to be ready what's coming next, yeah? And I was expecting that, wait a second, you want to provoke me, and then the bishop is trapped. There is so much tension in the match. Do we want to allow this, Team Magnus? I don't think so.
Yeah, probably it works now.
Yeah, well, the computer did not move. Apparently, there is nothing happening according to Evilbar, but
because there is no threat. I mean, the threat knight h3 is still not such a threat, because takes queen d2, I believe.
Yes, but okay. We wanted something much more simple, but yeah, just if we go along these lines, then okay. For example, a pass move. But what is a pass move? Please tell me a move
B5,
just
B5.
To highlight, or rook f7. I mean,
rook f7.
Rook f7. Okay, rook f7, protecting the b7 pawn.
Exactly.
When the bishop is hanging on h3. Bravo. Yeah. Yes, fantastic. But okay, for illustration, and what computer says that this is the correct move? Rook f7. Evilbar did not move at all. Nicholas.
That's correct, yes.
It's the correct move. The random move that we just, for illustration purposes, okay, insane.
Well, rook f3 was even better, I think, but rook f7 is also fine.
Okay, so that we highlight Judith's worry that taking the bishop is still not exactly possible, because end of the day, there will be queen takes d2, starting checkmate. The bishop on h1 is trapped. We can't take the pawn on e4 because of queen d4 check.
Yeah.
White's king is very vulnerable. We lost the battle of all on the dark squares. And rook f1 will be also met by something, and the e-pawn is also coming. This is horror. White probably has a draw, but not more. All right, so all eyes on Hikaru.
He's about to take on e4.
About to make a move.
But this is pretty much a draw.
And he takes on e4. So we will be seeing this g5 appear after knight takes d2. What to do?
Well, I guess Magnus was not planning to take on a5 the pawn.
Yes, yeah. After rook b1, he would have found another way.
But also now, can he go queen a5? Or knight e4 is just so simple?
Well, if it's a straightforward line, yeah, that you can calculate that actually the only danger is what we discussed, that takes, knight takes d2, clearly queen d2, queen h3 is dead.
Maybe we can have a close-up of the players,
Yeah,
because
let's
I want to
have
see Hikaru, because I have the feeling that his... is it possible that he gave up?
I mean, bishop takes e4 is basically giving up, yes.
Yes.
Because there's absolutely nothing. You cannot keep the knights on the board. And without the knights, it's just a completely dead draw in this variation you just showed. So you should have tried rook b1 or just rook a1 even. Like, just to keep the potential in the position. Rook a1, of course, is a very sad move, but you keep the tension. Now he releases the tension. He allows all these trades, and there's absolutely nothing to play for anymore.
But rook a1 would lead to repetition. Black can go queen f6.
Well, then I can do something else.
B1, yeah.
B1,
Let's
c3,
play
something
our move.
else, something.
Yes. But yeah, look at the body language. Yeah, Magnus takes on e4. Thank you very much. Knight h3, knight d2. I'll be eliminating all the imbalances in the position. The pawn structure will be then symmetrical. Yeah, there is an asymmetry with the pawn on a5 and b7, but this doesn't really make any difference.
Do you think Hikaru missed g5? He still seems to be... I mean, it doesn't look like he has given up from his body language, but after g5, it's just...
Well, he certainly sees it, but he is trying to signal, to Magnus that, this is not over yet. I have some idea.
Well, can he have any idea? Because the problem is that after knight takes d2, the f3 square is so weak that white will have to exchange the knights, and that leads already for sure to a draw. Because if white would be able to keep the knights on the board, that could be a different story, especially depending where the black knight would be standing. I mean, knight on f4 would be beautifully placed, and it is so unfortunate that g5 is possible. You see, if knight f4 would be supported with the pawn on h4.
Yes, and forcing knight c4, then the knight moves away, then you can maybe play queen c3, you have many ideas, but... this g5 just kills. Knight takes d2. Very
on the board.
Precise. Yeah, on the board. Queen takes d2, queen takes h3. Wow, you don't really want to play like that. It's absolutely nothing. So knight f4 feels like the only last try to keep some life in the position, but then g5 comes. That's the killer. The problem, we cannot move away with the knight because then knight f3 check is coming with a fork. Devastating effect, we are forced to take the knight on d2 and then g takes f4. It's not that black's king will be weak because white's king will be also as weak. Yeah, knight f4 played. And the killer move g5 to appear on the board in a couple of seconds.
A couple of seconds. Well, he has half an hour on the clock. He will double check, I think.
Yeah, he double checks, but he was expecting the knight f1 and he can hardly hold himself back, yeah, because there are no surprises in the position.
How long is it double checking time for Magnus?
Well, he seems to be ready to
Yeah, he can hardly.
he can't contain himself.
Yes. I know I should be thinking, I should be double checking, but what is there to double check? That's what.
But I triple checked it already.
That's what Magnus is signaling.
Because it's very clear, the knight cannot move because of knight f3 check. And the only relevant line is queen takes d2, g takes f4, rook f1. But there's queen c5
Queen
check.
c5 check, yes.
And that's it. g5 on the board.
On the board.
And let's see Hikaru's reaction.
Well, we know how he feels.
Well, Hikaru has a very stable heart rate. He cannot be excited about the great opportunities he has. He tried very well, though.
Yes.
He played it out the way he created some play in this position. And he had several options, which we highlighted. With h4, what an amazing opportunity he could have to give difficulties to Magnus. But I think this is a point where Magnus is just one step away, few minutes away from becoming the champion of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. Second leg here in Paris.
Absolutely. And also he played so well. I think that was also one of the reasons that he was driving Hikaru crazy. So Hikaru never really felt like I have a chance. Yeah, that's queen takes d2 is captured, g takes f4. And if it would not be for this situation and not the move 40 rule, players would actually agree to a draw after gf4. To be honest, there is nothing to play, no hope.
Nothing to play, but you don't want to give him already.
Queen f4, okay, it's shake hands territory. Yeah, we trade the queens, and you go after the b7 pawn, I'm gonna go after your a5 pawn, and we will be staring at each other that really, I know you need to win, but come on, there are limits.
Magnus, of course, exchanges the queens. They play it out until the end, until move 40, I guess, because they are not allowed to agree to a draw. But there is
the frustration on Hikaru's face.
Frustration, and basically we all know as experts that it is not possible that Magnus will be blundering anything.
Yeah, now rook e8 check actually will be met by rook f8. But if rook f8, yeah, okay, also, but Magnus just goes king f7. Please take, you can't even take the pawn. He just doesn't care at all, yeah? So after rook b8, he's intending to go rook b4, and against a6 there is rook g4 check. So actually there is nothing to worry about this.
I have the feeling that after rook b8 he wants to go rook c4.
No, he wants rook b4, because after a6 he has rook g4 check, and otherwise he goes rook b5. And he might even start to squeeze. It's crazy, yeah. King f7, an ambitious move. How is Hikaru making a draw now? Magnus is Magnus.
Now he's playing forward. Just enjoying himself, yes?
Well, actually, I would have played with white rook e7, not rook e8.
Okay, that was anyway rook f7. It was, yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. It's, of course, a dead draw, so now. And Magnus just wants to signal that I'm not even ready to go on defensive for one move. Yeah, you have to force the draw if you can. Of course, white can, but then you should. King g6. More active king, better pawn structure. Will we see rook g8 check and provoking repetition like this? Rook g8, king f7.
But why king f7? Why not king h6?
No, okay, because Magnus will...
Peter, I take you seriously. You said he's going to play for a win, rook b8, rook b4, and rook b5.
Yes, but then we think about the match situation. We know how much it means for him to win this second leg. Already at the closing ceremony in Weissenhaus, he told on the stage he can't wait for the Paris Grand Slam second leg to start. And he delivers, yeah, fantastic preliminaries. Just a brilliant 8.5 out of 11 performance with Jan Nepomniachtchi, just stellar performance. And we are seeing rook g8 check on the board. King f7 will be played.
Will it be played?
It will be played. No. No,
guys,
Magnus
you don't
is
know
Magnus.
He goes king h6. He wants to play on. What's the point to go king e7? I cannot lose. I can only win.
Wow, but look at this. Yeah, he kind of signals that I'm sorry. Body language says like sorry, and poor Hikaru that he needs to win, and look at Magnus's face. He's playing with Hikaru. Insane moment, crazy.
Well, at the same time, I mean, it's only him who can win, right?
Yes. Yeah, but can you imagine you are in the shoes of Hikaru, you have given up. Yes, I'm ready to congratulate Magnus for his victory. He played a fantastic game. I tried everything. It did not work out. You are ready to settle for draw, and then Magnus throws you like this. That wait a second, you still have to be precise to make your draw.
I'm sorry. Magnus is not doing this. There's nothing to do anything against Hikaru. He likes to play chess, and he's interested. If he has an opportunity, he squeezes. That's his style.
Yes, I understand. But normally he benefits something from it. Here he doesn't benefit. Okay, rook a4. Okay, rook takes b7, rook takes a5 will appear, and then he will play rook c5, rook c3, and then try to come with the king and play psychological game against a passive rook on the second rank. Of course, it's a dead draw.
Yeah, rook h3, then c3.
Yes. Okay, good. I'm rooting for Hikaru.
Okay.
Come on, yeah,
There we
and the
have it.
handshake.
What move is it?
Rook b3, move 41. Exactly. So everything is correct, everything according to the rules.
So we have a champion, Magnus Carlsen. Let's listen then.
Big smile there on Magnus.
We see huge smile on Magnus. I did it.
Yes.
I made it. That was my goal, and I did it all the way, even though he had some little cold. He was not feeling so comfortable. But this is what I told you guys, right? The rock star comes on stage.
Delivers.
And delivers.
No matter how he feels. And basically only had this slight weak moment against the Nodirbek in the match. Yeah, there he had some scary moments in both of his games. But everything else, what we have seen in the rapid portion, in the round robin, 11 brilliant games. And also after in the semi-final and in the final, it was a Magnus show.
Yeah, absolutely. We can say that he deservingly won this event with very nice play. And we cannot say that he played perfectly at all. This is not what we want to say. What we want to say is that he came up with brilliant ideas. He came up with brilliant ideas in critical positions also, and critical moments. And he showed his hungerness for chess. He showed his passion for chess. He showed how happy he is when he finds some extremely nice idea, some checkmate, which he knew when he was 6 already, smoother mate, right? And this is something which is amazing to see, and I think this is why he's able to refresh and rethink himself again and again and again, because he stays curious about the game. He wants to discover the game more and more. And this is why exactly freestyle is so special to his heart, because he's challenging himself, discovering new ideas, new patterns. What is going on between Fabiano and
Fabi
Vincent?
is completely winning, but since draw guarantees him the match victory, he might actually just force a move of repetition. That would be also kind of a fair play, not to try to destroy his opponent. Yeah, just okay. I'm winning the match. I don't want to show off. I played a great game.
He's claiming the draw right now.
He's claiming a draw.
Yeah, because they are under move 40, I believe, but they can make a draw only by repetition or a stalemate, which is not the case here.
And Vincent is also smiling. I'm very happy for the repetition. I agree. I'm ready to congratulate Fabiano for his third place. He just played a fantastic game, knowing that he only needs a draw, and then sensing that Vincent made a mistake and the handshake. Very big congratulations for Fabi. He seals the ticket for Las Vegas. That's a guaranteed spot for Fabi there. Wonderful performance.
Yeah, fantastic performance, because in Weissenhaus, Fabiano played the finals with Vincent, and he stayed under against him, and Vincent played his tournament of his life up to that moment, I believe, but there are a lot more to come, I believe, for such a youngster who has great aims and dreams in chess. And I hope to see him back also in the circuit, because he showed incredible ideas, resilience, passion for freestyle as well, while Fabiano was struggling to qualify into the knockout phase of the tournament, to the quarterfinals, but he made it, and then he was playing very interestingly and deservingly. I think we can say that he became third and having a ticket to Las Vegas, so we are going to be seeing him fighting it out, maybe again going all the way up to the finals, but not we shouldn't rush so much ahead. What's going on the other boards, playing out for the 5th and the 7th place? Let's see how Arjun is standing right there.
Well, I think the biggest update we have to mention is the Nepo game, because there was this trapped rook, and then we were worried. Nepo, true to himself, said, guys, don't worry for me. I know what I'm doing. He created counterplay with f5. We will be heading back, just staying with f5, gf, king f4. Then he set up the exchange sacrifice that he gives up his rook on b4, goes against the f7 pawn, and he relies on activity, and he should be able to make a draw without any problems.
Well, let's see. Of course, Nodirbek is a player who likes to fight it out until the very end. He missed his opportunity to equalize the match against Magnus Carlsen, and he had it there. So I'm pretty sure he can't wait until he has another chance, and then next time he wants to convert his huge advantage. And he's a player not only with fantastic ideas. He won an incredible game against Maxime in the classical, amazing, famous bishop g6 4 times to win the game. He is a huge fighter. Even when we see a drawish endgame, what is this? Why is this a double question mark?
It must be a joke. The computer is corrected because the DGT board thought like it was bishop e6. So already the computer wanted to give double question mark to bishop e6. And of course, the bishop moved all the way back to d5 on the long diagonal. Now we are expecting move king takes f5. White goes for activity, and after rook takes d4, the question, where do we hide that bishop?
But is it possible that king e3 also leads to a draw? Because how could black get out of the box from the king from e7?
Well, okay, king f8, king g7, king to g6. I'm provoking f4, then I'm going to give you a check on h3. It's a little bit unpleasant. I would feel more happy with white if I can force a draw with active play. But then I have to calculate, of course. King takes f5, rook d4. We just can't say that this is a draw. We have to calculate it out.
Exactly, because after king f5, which is on the board, rook d4, black has a passed pawn on d6. Of course, white has a passed pawn on g5, but the question is where the bishop is going, because white cannot go to e4, because then, or can he? No, he cannot go, I think, to e4 because of d5, and the white bishop is going to be possibly trapped almost, and white cannot go king e5 because of no, king e5 is possible, king d4, king e3.
Well, you know what, I can't even really concentrate on this position, because there is one thought on my mind that I'm still thinking back about the Nodirbek Magnus match. Yeah, it was the quarterfinals, and Magnus also was very critical that I'm somehow clueless. Yeah, he was revealing in the confessional booth. It was also like the moment when the players from the 10-minute segment had to adjust to the classical time control, and he was shaky, and Nodirbek had the chance to stop Magnus right there. But if he would have stopped him, we would have not seen this brilliant Magnus in the semi when he already settled in. Can you imagine this word clueless when you think about the semifinals and the finals, what performance Magnus showed? Just true masterpiece, brilliant dominance, unbelievable play.
Yes, I agree completely. Though Nodirbek, if he would convert his much better position against Magnus, they would only go to the playoff. And yes. Magnus is in great shape, even though with all the mistakes and inaccuracies he made even yesterday, he could end up in a draw against Hikaru. But somehow he did make a lot of great things here in his chess. King f8.
It's a very exciting position. Just maybe for a second we could bring back the bird's eye view, because we are doing no justice to the Arjun Erigaisi Maxime Vachier-Lagrave match. Yesterday we completely neglected it, simply because Magnus and Hikaru played such a fantastic game. We felt like we cannot leave it even for 1 second. But I feel like Maxime is fighting like a lion. The position is materially equal, but there is something to play for with black. White's pawn structure is vulnerable. White has these double pawns, d3, d2. Black has the majority on the king side with 3 versus 1. The knights are standing good. Yes, the bishop on g3 cements White's position, but I feel like Maxime might be able, we have seen him signing the posters, signing autographs, getting the energy from his fans and fighting back against Arjun.
Well, definitely, if I have to pick which side to take, I would pick black, I believe, unless there is some very straightforward rook b7 in the next move and some problem with the f7 pawn. But I think it is black who should be pushing it clearly, because of the pawn structure, exactly. I mean, on the king side, black has 3 pawns versus 1. It seems to be quite far away, but maybe it will not be. And what about knight e6 to d4, pushing away the f3 knight?
The f3 rook, yes. Yeah, very tempting. It's on, no, he plays rook d4. Okay, kicking away the knight, it's also kind of nice. I believe probably we'll anyway have to go to the Nepo game because there things are much more concrete. This will be a long grind. Yeah, I think that this will be a very long game. But in Nepo's game, it's everything move, pen, move. We feel that white should have enough activity. He's clearly, now with the bishop on f7, protecting the pawn on g6. He has different ideas, just pushing the pawn f4 and then king g5, f5. But clearly then black will somewhere give a check. And if the king has to go back to f4 with pawn f5, g6, and black sets up a blockade on with king on f6, that could be even dangerous. I'm not sure that I would love to allow this. I'm much more happy with the active king on f5 that potentially I would love to combine this f4, king e6, even if I'm giving up the f4 pawn, then I might be able to run towards the queen side, because the bishop on f7 is not only protecting the g6 pawn, but also protects the b3. Judith, what are your thoughts?
Well, actually, it's kind of a tricky position, I believe, because I thought that white is heading to e6 with the king. At the same time, if it would be white to move and white goes king e6, I think it would be a blunder because of rook d3. And then the b3 pawn is vulnerable because wherever the king is moving away, protecting the b3, d5 comes. And then black takes on b3 and possibly wins.
But let's also note that it's black to move. Actually, it's black to move here. Last move was bishop f7.
Yes.
That also adds to the intrigue. Or is it a Zugzwang?
I don't know who does it favor that it's black to move, you know, because, of course, I can't really move away with my king because then king f6, I believe, and then rook f4, king e6, and then the d6 pawn is just taken, and then it's a dead draw already. So if black would go, let's say, rook d1, it is possible. Then, for example...
f4 or...
But you know what? It is very interesting because let's say f4.
Yes.
I mean, now d5 would not work really, I believe, because white goes king e5.
d4, f5, no? Intuitively, we can push.
f5.
Yes. And then we give f6 check.
But in the meantime, while we will come back here, we have a winner interview of Magnus. So let's see what he has to say a few minutes after his victory.
Magnus, this seemed like quite a convincing safety game with black. Am I right?
Yeah, I felt like I never really gave him any chances. I really liked the position that I got out of the opening. It seemed very, very sound and solid, and it seemed that he was kind of struggling to find the way after that. I didn't quite try and get the maximum out of the position that I had, which I think was a little bit better for me. I was more trying to be safe, liquidate, and I think I did a good job staying active and sort of forcing him to trade more pieces and go for a draw.
How much fun are you having playing freestyle chess compared to the other formats these days?
You know, no kind of chess is that much fun when you're not feeling great, but apart from that, going to the board to play freestyle compared to classical is just, it's a completely different feeling. There's more of a childish joy of just playing chess rather than being worried about openings, rating points, and all of those things that are important but don't necessarily equate joy.
And a more grown-up Magnus, he kind of goes for these childish joy type situations rather than the adult ones, right?
I want to win as well, but I think you want to be reminded as to why I started playing chess early on, and I am reminded of that when I sit down for a freestyle game.
And we are reminded of how good you are in chess, Magnus. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Welcome, Magnus, here in the studio. Congratulations for your amazing performance. How do you evaluate your match between Nakamura and yourself of yesterday and today?
I think yesterday, it could have been a great game, because I was really happy with the way that I judged and played the opening. Of course, what often happens is that you will get mutual mistakes, and towards the end it was kind of a mess. But I mean, I did get the win. Today was very different, of course. Today I just felt that I did a very nice professional job, and I never really gave him any chances.
Can you go through with us on that game?
Yeah, of course. It would be amazing to hear your thoughts. Also, first of all, congratulations. If it's all right with you, could we maybe start with the game from yesterday, because that was, of course, a very exciting game.
Yeah, of course, we can do that.
All right, so let's have a look at the game that you won yesterday. So from the opening, you went to the confessional booth several times, and you mentioned a lot of moves here, but none of them were E5, which was probably a very pleasant surprise to you here.
It was. I think in a lot of positions, like both in normal chess and in freestyle as well, this is a viable setup. But here, you're shutting off the queen while white's queen is open, and it just feels like you're weakening a lot of squares. Now, I think after e5, my move probably wasn't the best, but it was so tempting. It was so tempting, especially as I didn't as I said in the confessional, I didn't see a clear bailout. So, I mean, he had many other options, but let's just look at what he did quickly. G6, and I think he had to go bishop G7 there, which still is kind of
instead of castle.
Yeah, but I mean, even this is kind of yucky, I think. Mm-hmm. Regardless, knight G4, bishop G7. Yeah, this is certainly here I'm starting to sort of be affected by the fact that I'm not feeling well. So right. I can come up with concepts, but I cannot actually calculate them fully. And the thing is, my intuition was screaming that I should play bishop h6 because my whole strategy is based on the dark squares. And the thing is, this is what I'd been planning in advance, and I just got lost thinking about some lines with d5, and I couldn't really completely refute it. Actually, it wins dc5, d4, and now knight e3,
which is a tricky move to
which
find.
Is a bit, that is not an easy find at all. Once you see it, you see that just knight d5 comes and it's good night.
Yes.
But yeah, this was honestly this could have been a bishop h6,
crushing him basically.
Yeah, just such a nice game, honestly.
So were you upset during the game?
Yeah, I was really. I mean, the thing is that I played. I was focused not on d takes c5, but on the move 10 knight to e3 instead of d takes c5 in this line with bishop h6.
Here, right. So bishop takes. So here, d takes c5.
No, not d takes c5. Knight e3, which also gives a huge advantage. The thing is, I didn't think it was clearly winning, and so I thought, well, let me go for d takes c5. That should win as well. And then I realized after a little bit that it's far, far from simple, and that I may have let him completely back in the game. And
I mean, honestly, the rest of the game, it's a lot of things happen and all of that. I will just mention like one thing right at the end. Shall we go to the end then? Yeah. I mean, a lot of things happen here, but none of them were like particularly egregious, I think.
Okay.
No, yeah, the move 32 e4, which is just a complete loss of concentration. Because I've been calculating h4, trying to see if that's winning after rook c4, and I wasn't quite sure. The thing is, I'd actually made a mental note, even before this, that I don't have to put the pawn on e4. I can put it on e3, and then decide later. And the thing is, like, there's absolutely no rush. And I just forgot about it. And I just concluded, well, h4, I'm not sure. e4, h4 wins. And I just went e4, and I immediately realized f5, like, oh my god, what have I done? And then I just, more out of tilt than anything else, played rook b7. But I mean,
at this point you thought it's pretty much gone.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty much finished. Yeah.
And then, of course, the shocking moment here where Hikaru believed you somehow that you wouldn't just give this pawn for no reason.
And then, this would have been dead draw.
After rook takes h2, there's not much to do because of king g6.
I think it's also, I mean, one thing is players being sick and all, but it's also playing 8 days in a row. And playing on our own from the very first move, like they're. People are going to make errors at the end, unfortunately.
Right, so let's take it to the game today, which was, of course, a much quieter affair.
Yeah, it was interesting that they all went for b4, which was far from obvious to me. But I actually didn't mind it that much.
So
this
knight
is
f6.
Knight f6. This is a big decision whether to take or not, but I thought it's more flexible to play knight f6.
Right. And now you're allowed to play a5.
Exactly. He has to. Peter also told me after the game that he has to play a4. But it makes sense because my whole plan is based on I always need this counterplay, and I need the square for the queen. And the thing is, this is what's so difficult about this. After f4, there's just zero chance. Like, we can make a bunch of moves, but as long as I don't do anything stupid, like, I'm not going to lose the game.
Right.
Because the position is it's solid and relatively easy to play. So it just goes to show maybe after a4 I have an objectively, like, slightly unpleasant position, while after f4 the game is more or less over immediately.
Yeah, it shows again and again how crucial the first few moves are in freestyle chess.
It really does. Like, I didn't quite grasp it. Like, few people actually do this, right? Because you
don't want to lose the time.
You want to put something in the center, and then you think, well, maybe there's e5 here. Who knows? I don't want to allow that.
Right.
But then you just end up f4, a5, and the game is over. So that's kind of and honestly, like, after that, I could have been more ambitious, but I think there's just very little he can do. I'm more or less steering putting my pieces on good squares and then steering towards exchanges.
So, going here for this e5 plan, you were not worried about loosening up your position a little bit or giving him any breaking chances?
I just thought I'm forcing the game, and I'm never going to be worse here.
So there was one interesting moment around here. You took on e4. There's also the option of d4, but you probably felt that you have a lot of activity, so that
I thought concretely it's just a draw.
There was a very difficult line here where you could have posed some problems. So you could play knight to c5, and after knight g5...
Yeah, wait a second. Yeah, please, let's ask Magnus that. Did you thought about this, that knight c5 is an option, or you just thought like, okay, knight c5, knight g5, thank you very much?
Yeah, I thought knight c. Well, I thought briefly about knight f2, knight g5, and then rook e1, which I thought might be like the most testing. But I thought here, like worst case, I go queen d4, and it should be all right.
So here after knight c5, knight g5, white has a surprising
King h1?
move. Queen
No?
what?
King h1?
King h1?
No.
It's not king h1.
No.
No, a much bigger shocker than that. Yeah, the move that looks impossible.
Like, it's not. I don't know. Tell
You
me.
can actually provoke knight f3 check.
Yeah,
here.
we fell from our chairs, to be
Oh,
honest.
knight f3 just
And bishop
takes and
yes.
king f2?
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
And this is actually
crazy.
better for white.
Okay, yeah, I get
Yeah,
it.
but it was no surprise
yeah,
when he just took back on e4 fairly quickly.
No, I mean, it's not about taking back on e4. It's just that it's hard to see a follow-up, right? Like after either knight f2, knight g5.
Yes, yes. This h4 move and then playing king f2 is very unusual for sure.
And maybe he was hoping that he would have something here, like knight g5, maybe slightly inconvenient after, but
yes,
bishop h3 is just very clean. I think.
So probably he should have tried knight f2 still, knight g5 and queen e3, something like this.
Yeah, this is what he did.
No, he played bishop h1. I think.
He played bishop h1.
Yes.
Yeah, but what's the difference?
So if you play queen f6 now, he could take actually, and play the bishop back to d3, and this is apparently better for white.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think about bishop d3 there. I just thought I'm jumping back and no worries.
Right. So then what he did it surprise you that he took on e4, or did you feel like, okay, there's not much he can do
Yeah,
anyway?
a little bit, but I thought there was just nothing here.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, he can keep the game going, maybe go rook a1 back. It's sad, but what to do?
It's just, yeah, there's no way for him to realistically improve his position. So I thought, I thought at this point it was over.
In the confessional booth, you mentioned the move bishop f5.
Yeah, I did,
once
but
you reach this position,
then I realized there's bishop. I mean, there are a few things like he can go h4, and there's.
He can still try.
He can still try, but there was also even more than that. There was the move bishop g2, which I didn't really. Bishop takes c2 and knight g4. Yeah, so bishop f5 was a little bit superficial, but I think once you get here, you realize that this is
e4, and then. We thought at the end you still want to try to play a little bit when you avoided the repetition.
No, I just thought it's cleaner not to allow any rook b8.
Okay.
So no, I was not. Trying to push this position. That's for sure.
Right. It felt like with every match you got more and more into the tournament. Did you feel like just everything fell into place? Because Nodirbek had some chances against you. Caruana and Nakamura, they also had chances to at least not lose, but they just didn't grasp it. Do you just feel like everything worked out for you?
Honestly, I felt that mostly I was understanding the positions better than my opponents, and I was happy about that. And I think, like you learn in the course of a tournament for sure. But overall, I felt good about that. And then it's also a question, like some days, when you're, I think a lot of people were under the weather, and then you're not going to see the very highest quality. Like you might still see very good concepts, but you will see blunders as well. I did have like a very weak moment against Nodirbek, which was honestly, kind of the
most difficult challenge.
Yeah, it was in retrospect kind of the most difficult match, because in both games I messed it up quite a bit. So yeah, I guess in that sense I did do a lot better in the last two matches, at least from the perspective of understanding what was going on.
It's definitely worrisome for your opponents that even when you're under the weather, you keep a very high level of play. Judith, question for Magnus.
You had a very tough moment with Nodirbek, and I think I called you an escape artist from that position, having your queen on b8. How did you feel? Where did you feel that you can get out of that very difficult position?
No, I mean, first of all, he could have just grabbed a pawn very cleanly from the start, which I didn't understand why he didn't. But I don't know. I felt like, yeah, it was just a mess. Honestly, I was just trying to hang on. Didn't expect to escape, for sure.
Well, you did an incredible job in surviving some critical moments. How can you stay so calm in these situations?
I think that those kinds of games are kind of easier psychologically because I'm just so disgusted with my play from early on that I don't feel like I have anything to lose.
Well, you gave a great treat to us, not only on the board, but also in the confessional booth. It was fantastic. Are you planning to do this in the next event also, to visit the confessional booth and entertain us with fantastic lines and thoughts of yours?
Yeah, I'm trying to be entertaining for sure. And trying to share a little bit about what's going on, and sometimes it helps also verbalizing thoughts. So I'll definitely continue to do that.
That's a fantastic thing, and it's a great joy. One more thing I wanted to ask. You played in Weissenhaus, and you didn't make it there. You won. You played here, and you won. You made an incredible performance with some inaccuracies, but you played incredibly great. How much do you think you improved in freestyle chess from Weissenhaus to here?
I think everybody's kind of improving round by round. It's hard to say exactly. It's hard to say exactly how much. What's notable here is I think that kind of the same players were doing well. Granted, Hikaru didn't make it out of the quarterfinals in Weissenhaus, but I think in terms of quality of the play, he definitely was top 3 or at least top 4 in classical. I mean, it's definitely top 3 there. So I think everybody's kind of improving a bit, but it does seem that it's the same players who are kind of getting it more. And Vincent was also looking really solid. He just had one kind of weak moment against Hikaru, and then he kind of ran out of steam. But it's interesting to see how it's just the same people who seem to get more of the positions than others.
Only a final question about when we see you analyze together, it's great fun for us to see the thought process, but we've seen, especially in the last few days, that they trust you a lot and they follow you a lot. What do you think? Is it helping you for analyzing with the other players, that people are influencing each other, or it is just interesting, and how much you have to filter it?
I think for me it's mainly it's interesting to see how the others think. I think I've also been fortunate to play the same color as Vincent in the last few games, and it feels like he is able to grasp the essence of the positions more maybe than others. If they're trusting me, then they probably should not. I think Hikaru's maybe made the mistake sometimes of trusting, especially Fabi, a bit too much, and then famously the gambit that he played, which was honestly kind of easy to refute as well.
Are you going to make serious preparations for Las Vegas?
Well, first there's Grenke in a few days.
That's going to be a bloodbath. Oh my god! Having to play Yeah, having to play 2 games in a day. I think what we're doing in Las Vegas with 2 like semi-classical games is enough. Like I actually played in Grenke last year with 2 semi-classical games per day in a match, and I thought it was a great format, but even that was exhausting. So yeah.
Well, it's clear.
I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also dreading it to some extent. Las Vegas, on the other hand, I think that will be great. I feel like people are improving at a rapid rate, no pun intended, and I think it's reasonable to try out shorter time controls as well.
Yeah, I think Peter has a question.
Yes, I have a question, because you are often critical about yourself that yesterday's game also I did not play perfectly. I had a chance to play better, to finish Hikaru off and so on. Yes, that's true. But then there was the moment when Hikaru got this chance to play d5, bishop e6. Personally, I was worried that now black gets serious counterplay and everything. How do you stay calm in such situations? And you were able to find this idea, this concept of bishop takes d5, giving up the light square bishop, then relying on this dark square strategy, going queen takes d1, that also completely shocked Hikaru. Was there any moment, for example, where you were worried or you adjusted to the new situation? Because for us, it was like true art, how you set up then again the total control with all these rook g3, knight e4, knight f6 ideas.
Yeah, I think I just had to change my mindset, really, from thinking that I'm trying to win this game quickly, more into, as you said, let's try and re-coordinate the pieces. And I was thinking that I could be like significantly worse if I'm not able to, because my pieces really are scattered all around the board. So, but I did feel intuitively that I shouldn't be doing that badly. So that made me calm down a bit. But I really think that we've got to get used to this in these games. That it's just, even though like we're putting pressure on ourselves to play well, there are just going to be moments when you kind of have to reevaluate, refocus, and go from there. But yeah, I am happy with the way that I refocused there, and I think I had like 2 very good phases in the game, and then you just wash them out with one move blunders, which is like the ultimate kind of old man chess, but that's how it is.
Well, that's chess as a sport. Before we let you go, would you comment on the running games which are still going on? Because it's when you came in, you were also excited about the end game, I felt.
I love it every time you get kind of a structure that's almost unique for freestyle. And I'm like, in normal chess, you wouldn't really see Arjun get this bishop on e3, and I think there's a reason for that, because it's not very good. I think Maxime really thrives in these endgames, so I'm kind of expecting Arjun to not have a good time here. Having said that, it seems that like I don't see how Maxime will respond to simply checks right now. But yeah, if Arjun can't do anything immediately, then Black should be able to win. Even though like it seems that the engines just think it's a draw, so you should listen to that instead. I'd hope.
Well, he has a very difficult situation, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And just your final
thought? Jan will obviously he will wrap up. So.
Well, he was in danger. But
he was in danger, but it's the way it goes. He's up half an hour on the clock, and he blunders, and then he gets back into it.
Well, thank you very much, Magnus, for the show you gave us in the last 7 and 8 days. It was amazing to follow. It was a pleasure to commentate, and see you in Las Vegas and enjoy and celebrate today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we are going for a very short break, but we will be back to see and break it down, the last 2 games, which is still going on.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused on sidetrack. Always when I don't come back. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down. And so now, from the moment you came over, I'll be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La la la
Something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feels. Got no plans, honey golden sands. We're California dreaming. It's a euphoric bliss. We want it just like this. We're trying to catch a feeling. Underneath the stars and neon lights. Something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer Give me the summer feel. What a feeling, got the summer feeling. Come on, what a feeling, got the summer feeling. Come on, what a feeling, got the
And we're back in Paris for a freestyle chess event for the Grand Slam Paris, where we have a winner. Magnus Carlsen did make all the way an incredible performance. Draw was enough for him, and he made it quite convincingly. He was just here in the studio, shared his thoughts of today, of yesterday, and generally what he thinks and plans in the Grand Slam in Las Vegas as well. So when we left for a break, Jan Nepomniachtchi was still going on in his game. And he won, surprisingly, because things were developing in a way which nobody was waiting and expecting, because Abdusattorov, it seemed he wanted to win and convert his, I'm not even sure, really big advantage in the endgame. He allowed White to go all the way around. Maybe we can see that also first, and then we go to Maxime's game. So we will pick the game of Nepomniachtchi, because it was quite shocking, the outcome, what has happened. Just very, very briefly, because after that we will see the end game of Maxime. They're going down on time.
Yes, absolutely. But it was so intriguing. Yeah, Nepo had set up a blockade. We know that he's leading the match, so draw is fine. That's why Nodirbek tried everything. He was pushing too far. How far was he pushing? So first the rook moved to c5. That's still kind of correct. But yeah, he cannot improve the position. And then finally he decided to give up the b4 pawn to rely on his d5 passer. But the problem was that suddenly White was getting way too many tempis. Yeah, Black is losing so much time now. King c6, king e5, b4, and the b pawn advances, and White just has too many pawns. And it's also common knowledge that in pawn races, bishops are at least as powerful as rooks, because they are also very mobile. And basically this was just a very quick win then for Nepo, protects the b6 pawn. So yes, probably Nodirbek, out of frustration, he was losing then the concentration. He was very upset that he cannot find the way to break through, and then just completely forgot that White was in time to pick up that pawn on b4. After that, Jan was already not happy. And what happened here, why the game finished? Probably had enough, and he just resigned.
Well, bishop b5 is next move, and Nodirbek will not be able to stop the pawn push b7 and queening. This was a very unfortunate ending for Nodirbek. He will not sleep well because of this game, I believe, but he won this way. 2-0 in his match against Nodirbek, and he takes the 7th place. He played an incredible chess, but in points it was not enough. So let's go and see the final game of Paris Freestyle Grand Slam Tour. And what is this end game? It seems to be pretty drawish. Can White, Arjun, make a draw?
Yes, he might, and actually I'm shocked because I simply felt intuitively that with this powerful knight and the kingside majority, Maxime should convert it. We did see from the computer's evaluation that it was never easy. Yeah, there were very good drawing chances for White. Magnus also felt that, yeah, it should be winning for Black, and Maxime is very good at this converting, but somehow Arjun managed to find always some defensive resources. Now let's try to understand humanly that is this as easy as the computer indicates? Yeah, computer signals kind of that this is a draw. Do we believe that it's a draw, or there are still some tricks?
Well, first of all, let's talk about it that there is a lot at stake, because if Arjun is able to make a draw and hold the position, then he is winning the match, while if he cannot, then it's going to be a playoff of rapid games. Knight c6 attacking the d4 pawn, so let's see how White can defend.
Well, luckily there is bishop f2. I think if not for bishop f2, the whole construction would kind of fall apart, because I cannot allow Black to push my king away from f3. Then I'm losing all the light squares and the knight-king combo, and bishop f2 played.
And the question is, what happens if Black goes around with the knight? Well, he goes to b4. I was thinking that it's going to go to d8, f7, and g5, trying to push away the g3, the f3 king. But it seems like Black first wants to stabilize his position by playing knight d5, but after that he will have to regroup his knight, right?
I think the good news for White is that he can actually just shuffle around with his knight forever, because White isn't really able to change the dynamic of the position. Yeah, the White's pawn structure is so damaged. The Black knight is protecting all the squares and controlling all the squares. I really loved your idea how you spotted that the knight should go to g5, kicking that king away, and Arjun goes bishop g3. Yeah, that's the very special move. Yes, but actually, does it do so much? Because with knight d5, we can simply protect the pawn. We are not forced to.
But maybe bishop h2, and then your knight is tied there.
Then I'm stuck, yeah? So knight d3 played by Maxime. Bishop h2, yeah, and Arjun is going for it with full confidence.
But this is why knight e8, where I wanted to go. I wanted to go back. It's not so simple for Black.
Yeah, because of bishop g3 always there was this defense. Yeah, Arjun just very alert. Maybe from distance, Maxime actually expected that this will be technically winning position, but forgot about this stunning resource.
But hold on, what is going on here? Because White goes king f2, knight c2 is possible. But d5, and then I don't know if Black is able to strengthen, defend the pawn on f4 and then grab the d-pawn.
Yeah, then we are just too active. Yeah, the d-pawn will start to advance.
Well, let's see, king e2 or king f2. Does it make a difference?
Well, intuitively, king f2 is more natural, but and actually, do you have this knight g2 kind of setup that after king f3 you hit me with knight h4 check? That would be something very similar like what you wanted with knight on g5. Is Maxime heading for this position?
The idea is great, I believe. At the same time, I'm not sure Black has enough time for that. And also the other question is, even if you reach, let's say, king f2, knight g2, White goes d5, king e5,
yes.
King f3, king d5, king g4. So that would lead to a draw.
That's a problem. Now you are playing spoiler, yeah? It was my job at the beginning of our broadcast, and now you are doing the same to me. No hopes, yeah, whatsoever. But we know we are here in Paris. All the fans outside rooting, cheering for Maxime. They want him to bounce back. And he has put Arjun under tremendous pressure throughout the game.
King e2, knight c2 on the board.
So he created chances, but maybe Arjun escapes. King e2, knight c2 on the board. Now we should mention that if king d3, then f3 is kind of winning, yeah? That's at least the impression. Then the
d5 pushed.
Yes, of
D5
course.
push. Now white got a check by knight D4.
King F2. Yeah, and the handshake, yeah, that's it. There is just no way white is pushing D6, the pawn on F4 is loose, the pawn on H3 cannot be protected.
So Arjun finished 1.5 to half against the Parisian player, Maxime. What a player he is, fantastic player. And this way Arjun is going to take the 5th place and Maxime the 6th place. The players are always like this. Let's listen into that.
Maybe instead of queen c5, I should have just done knight d6, knight b5, c5, and knight d. Yeah, it should be fine there. Yeah, I thought that's. Yeah, totally. But it shouldn't be worse. So, yeah. I think maybe okay is oriented. Yeah, in the game, I completely overlooked okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's why you went for this. And then it should still be okay, but yeah, it shouldn't be worse. Maybe instead of the F4, I should have played D. Maybe, yeah. Yeah. Nice.
The tournament is over. There's 8 days of epic play by the world's best players. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, Fabiano. So many fantastic, amazing players. They really gave an incredible show. They performed. They played so many games, so many different positions. What are your takes, Peter, of today's match? Because it's still very fresh for us.
Yeah, well, I was very impressed by Magnus once again. That right from the very start, I was also highlighting during our analysis that those small little moves, those small little finesses that he starts like this, he keeps his pawn on d7. If he would not be explaining it to us in Confessional, we wouldn't really be understanding what's really happening. But this clarity and with the idea and with the mindset that how he made this position work with the rook on 8 and queen b8 without moving, and then came to life. The bishop on c8 did not have to move for the first 20 moves because the position was perfectly set up. Went to play d5. He was so convincing, and I think he was driving Hikaru crazy. That, okay, what can I do with this guy? He just plays perfectly. We had Magnus here with us. It was fantastic to hear his thoughts. He's sometimes critical. Well, I would, okay, he's just brilliant. That's the feeling what we are guessing and what we are getting. And I believe we were so happy to witness all the action that we have seen in the final. Yesterday's game was one of the most interesting and exciting game that I have seen in freestyle chess so far, with so many twists and turns and so much content, so much quality.
Absolutely. Let's see the brackets, the final last time, how it unfolded, to see the players who are playing today. And here we see the matchups. Nepomniachtchi, an unbelievable player. He got some surprises today, trapped his own rook, and it seemed like he's just saving the game. At the same time, Nodirbek is a fighter. He's young. He wants desperately to win. He had to win. So that's why he forced matters so much. But it backfired. And actually, he even lost the position he wanted to win. Erigaisi, what kind of amazing chess he produced. One of the most brilliant game was played by him. And, well, Maxime, also a fantastic player. He was playing kind of solid. He made the most draws in the qualification part, but he did qualify quite convincingly, I must say. And we have the top 4. Vincent could not make it to the final this time, but, well, he did a great performance here also. getting into the semi-finals with Fabiano, but Fabiano wanted to give back what he received in Weissenhaus. He could not make it, and Vincent was the champion in Weissenhaus, but here he did not make it in the top 3. So Fabiano will have a ticket to Las Vegas to the next event. And what an epic final match we had between Hikaru Nakamura. What an amazing play Nakamura showed.
Yeah, incredible. And basically the move that knocked Vincent out of his comfort zone, out of his invincible status, was this devilish long castle by Hikaru against Vincent. He absolutely deserved to get into the final. He was playing good, but just Magnus was so strong. Yeah, Hikaru basically never really... Okay, if he saves yesterday's game, then it's a whole different story. Yeah, then he can play quietly with white. But like this, he was under pressure, and then Magnus, the powerful performance, he just very convincingly won the match.
Well, the world number 1 and number 2 was facing each other yesterday and today. And as we know, in a knockout system, you have to have a winner. And this time it's Magnus Carlsen. But we had an incredible day also today, and I will ask Nicholas, what is going to be the move of the day?
Thank you, Judith. For the move of the day, I wanted to pick for sure the most important matchup, the most important game between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. There were many good moves that I could have picked from, but I think one move really had a big influence on the outcome of the game. It was not even the objectively best move in the position, but it was really an uncomfortable move for Hikaru Nakamura to face. The move bishop h3, activating the bishop and really restricting the king on g1, just like yesterday, putting the king into the box, creating all kind of mating ideas on the back rank. And in the end, Nakamura could free himself of that bishop, but by doing so, he had to allow simplifications, and this meant Carlsen could very confidently steer the game towards the draw he needed to win the final and become the Paris Grand Slam champion. So bishop h3, my move of the day for the final.
Yes, this was not so spectacular game, right? But we felt and we broke it down, all the tension, what was going on in this match. That's very clear. And what do you think, what was for you, Nicholas? What is the moment, or what are the few moments which you will remember the most out of this event, out of these 8 days?
There will be a lot of moments. I loved the action during the round robin. We had so many decisive games. We had tension, we had drama, we had blunders. And this was the warm-up, and really was a warm-up for the classical portion where we could take more time, but the action didn't stop. We had so many decisive games we had at some point 9 decisive games in a row, and especially the game yesterday between Magnus and Hikaru. Magnus going for a very aggressive approach, sacrificing a pawn, but Hikaru fighting back, getting back into the game, but Magnus then keeping his cool, once again posing problems. We had all this intrigue in the end game, and then the game ending with a blunder by Nakamura and Magnus taking this win, which in the end, of course, was very, very important for him to win this final. It's been so much fun, Judith. Just commentating on freestyle chess is just so much fun to understand this game better, to see also the players trying to understand and play it better and better every time. We have the confessional booths. You can see inside the heads of the top players. This has been really a privilege and so much fun to commentate with you guys, and I can't wait for Vegas.
Yes, I think we are not going to be questioning your words. It was a very interesting journey for me, also seeing the improvement of the players, the seriousness they show towards freestyle chess, seeing the different generations clashing one another, and still, okay, this time, now it's equal, right? Last time it was Vincent who won, now it's Magnus, the older generation, the more experienced generation, which showed that they played the final match and Magnus won. Peter, I'm also asking you the same thing. We've been on an 8-day journey again with tons of games excitement. If I ask you also, this is a very difficult question not to answer, but what were the highlights for you if you just have to pick immediately 3?
Well, okay, one of the highlights, we had this fantastic round-robin rapid portion for the qualification, and then Nepo and Magnus scoring 8.5 out of 11. That's just completely insane. What a score is that in this field? And there in this rapid segment, the Rapport Carlsen game, that the queen sacrifice and all this double move of the day. Yeah, it was queen c3 and a3 together. That was, of course, a sensation. That was just a fantastic game. Afterwards, the fight in the knockouts, well, I was very much for Vincent. Yeah, I was very much rooting for. So I knew exactly that this long castle, devilish long castle from Hikaru, that killed my heart. Yeah, I knew exactly that after long castle, there is no way Hikaru will not reach the final. And that means Vincent will be knocked out to the semifinal. And then, thanks to this win from Hikaru, we witnessed Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru and yesterday's game. That was really such a fantastic game. If ever someone thinks about this game and only thinks about Bishop A2 as a blunder, that loses so much. I think whoever spectator was with us and was watching from the beginning till the end, that was like a highlight of the year kind of atmosphere, fantastic El Clasico.
Absolutely, and I believe that it was quite special, not only for us, but to the world, to the chess enthusiasts and the chess lovers, when we got to know that the world number 1 and world number 2 is having the clash in freestyle chess, because as Magnus also said it, that in openings the players are improving. It is clearly seen, and I'm very much looking forward in the next events. Where are they going to be growing and improving? Because, of course, the challenge is huge for the players, right? Huge challenge, again, one after another. So the players are really in a marathon run of chess. Like, they really have to have their processors running on a very high level. And if they lose focus, they lose concentration, it becomes extremely difficult for them how to gain back their calmness, their focus. And it was interesting when Magnus said also that he readjusted his mindset. Yes. How difficult it is, right?
Yeah, very difficult. We all know this. Yeah, this is the toughest. Yeah, when you have a good position, everything is logical, then it's so easy to carry the good momentum and keep on making good moves. But when things are shifting and turning, and then being able to control everything, that's the true art.
Well, we are just about to wait that everybody can follow the closing ceremony. But in the meantime, I think it might be interesting not to forget about, I know winners are the most important, but as chess players, as we've been there, not winning, but being second, I think it's nice to show and share Hikaru Nakamura's final interview after the game with Magnus Carlsen. Let's see what he had to say.
Hikaru, it seemed to be a tough draw on this game to get a lot of things going, a lot of people struggling to get much started with white. How did you feel?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I haven't looked yet, but my wife told me that after, after G3, G6 or something, apparently white's just much better after A4, which is pretty comical to hear. But yeah, I think in general, it's hard because obviously I just lost the match, so what I say can be construed as being negative, but I think that today especially, it was just a very tough position to play. Magnus himself said that, or tough to play from the white side to create anything. I mean, if it's as early as having to play if after f4 it's already kind of nothing, it's really, really hard to be unhappy with the result. I mean, I tried to keep the game going. There were multiple moments very early on when I could have forced a draw. There was a knight repetition. I could have traded the knights on g4 at least 3 or 4 times. And I felt like at some point Magnus was a little bit sloppy. He let me get this e4, and for a second I thought maybe I would have something, but it was just never anything special. So that's just how it goes sometimes.
I think her analysis seems pretty spot on based on what we saw from the computers as well there. But how are you feeling about the chess in general now? You were a little bit frustrated after Weissenhaus. Do you feel like things are ticking upwards again?
Yeah, I think, as I said in one of the other interviews, if you were to ask me a month ago, or even after Weissenhaus, would I go on to win the American Cup, get 8 classical games, gain rating points, and finish second here? I mean, I would take that over, say, 2 games in the American Cup and winning this event, because, the thing is, the freestyle events are a lot of fun to play, but at the same time, I have an outside chance to maybe make the candidates if Norway Chess goes well. So having these multiple paths and having these opportunities is very, very good. So I'm pretty happy.
Speaking of that, though, how going into Norway Chess soon, how important is that for you?
Well, I mean, I'm not thinking about Norway Chess right now because I'm going on vacation on Wednesday. I'm going to Japan for a couple of weeks, so just getting away from everything. Yeah, Norway Chess will determine a lot because as it stands right now, I have quite a few freestyle tournaments, and I have the Esports World Cup in the summer. I think that, as I said in the other interview, if I'm able to maintain a 10 to 15 point cushion over Gukesh by the end of Norway Chess, I will make a real attempt to qualify for the candidates, or for the rating spot, I should say. If not, I'll just play the World Cup, or the FIDE World Cup, I should say, and we'll see how it goes. But I feel pretty good, and I'm looking forward to the upcoming tournaments. I think I played pretty well, and really, I mean, it's hard to expect to win every event, so I'm not that unhappy.
We're very thankful that you're taking the time, Hikaru, and good luck in all the tournaments to come now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, it is great to see what a sportsmanship Hikaru has. Look at his face. He is not outraged. He's not so unhappy. And it was done this interview just few minutes after the game was finished. And what an incredible character of the chess community, of the world of chess, world number 2, one of the most known and appreciated streamer, influencer personality. What a player. It's not only that he was playing 8 days continuously, hours, different games, different challenges. Every single day, he cared about his community and he made his summary of the games. What an unbelievable player personality in the chess world. I don't even understand how is it possible to be number 2 in the world when you do so many things for your fans.
Yeah, I think that the point is that he's doing it with all his heart. So he's getting a lot of energy back. I think this is the key. And we see that whenever Hikaru plays, he plays fantastically, he delivers. Yeah, just unbelievable. In Weissenhaus, it was like a shock when there was the talk about that retirement. What kind of retirement when you are almost at your prime? Yeah, it's crazy. Very nice to see Hikaru back on track, being so happy, looking forward to all the chances, also to qualifying for the candidates, also trying to win the overall Grand Slam. He is still in a very good run now. He reached the final here. Definitely in Vegas, he will be looking forward to win that event at home. We are very happy for him.
Absolutely, world number 2. He was also number 2 in this event, but what a run he made. And he's an optimistic person. He's focusing so much in the upcoming events also, but I think he deserves very well the holiday he shared that he's going to Japan. So congratulations for Hikaru for his performance, and we are going to be very happy to see him back. So let's see now what kind of upcoming events Freestyle Chess Series Grand Slam has, because this is going to be epic. I think the follow-up, this was number 2. The first event was won by Vincent Keymer, the talented German youngster. Here he could reach only to the semifinals and became 4th in the event. This event in Paris was won by Magnus Carlsen, the best player in the world. And the next event is going to be in July. in the USA in Las Vegas. So please follow us because there are more excitement, more interesting, more excitement going to be from day to day there. And then we're going to have another event in September, and the event number 5, the closing event, will be in South Africa, where the players will be able to double their Grand Slam points, and maybe everything can be shifted from number 1 who is leading, maybe it's going to be only number 2. But I believe we're going to have a lot of action, and we see that Magnus is really thrilled to play Fischer and the freestyle event. I want, Peter, from your side, what did we learn here in the freestyle Grand Slam event in Paris? What do you think? What were the takeaways for the amateurs, for the professionals?
Well, I think that it's fair to say that the players are improving. Yeah, they are getting more and more used to freestyle, but we also see that the ultimate boss in this game is freestyle. There is always some unexpected twist and turn. No matter how good the players are playing, you could have played better. Yeah, that's the feeling, and that's also what I think drives Magnus. Yeah, that's the challenge. And he wants to play a perfect game. He wants to play that perfect game. It's just incredible. We have seen tons of fights, the excitement is there, the price of first move mistake is there, like for example today in the game Fabiano against Vincent, b4, d5, Fabi coming to the confessional saying, I think Vincent made a bad move, I will punish him for it. So the players already also get this feeling that a natural move could be a mistake, and they are ready to punish. So everything is kind of evolving, everything is getting more and more serious, the players are totally focused and are ready to give their absolute best. They are not like, okay, let me try something. They are coming up already with serious strategies right from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm actually very much looking forward to see what kind of strategies they have, because we've seen in the last days that C4, B4, they are playing all the same. And what do you think about Magnus being such an influential person also in the opening of the freestyle?
Well, we see in all the games that Magnus also there, very critical after his match against Nodirbek. I was clueless, yeah? He was clueless for like 1-2 seconds, and he is even ready to tell the whole world, yeah, that it was somehow bad reaction. And I think this is exactly why he's learning so much, because he's critical. He's not taking for granted that I'm Magnus Carlsen, the best player in the world, and whatever I do will be good. He is always coming and shows his absolute biggest determination to find the finesses of every position, and then semi-final and the final was all about Magnus.
Well, these are the closing words from us here in the studio. I can say how appreciating it was, how great it was to be making this commentary together with Nicholas. Thank you very much for all your help, your insights with the computer, without the engine. It was great fun to break it down. And also, Peter, it was fantastic with you. And we're about just to say congratulations to Magnus. And let's go to the ceremony.
What a week it's been. 8 days of exciting freestyle chess matches and the 12 world-class players playing in this tournament. Thank you, Paris. It was amazing. Before I like to welcome the first 3 places on stage, I would like you to see some highlights from this tournament.
Paris became the stage for something extraordinary this week. A world-class city, the perfect stage for our 12 Grandmasters with us. A huge thank you to the players, commentators, organizers, and fans who turned this event into something special. Your energy, insights, and enthusiasm brought freestyle chess to life.
I couldn't be more happy. It's just so exciting, and it's now the third big tournament that we had. I'm ecstatic. It's perfect.
Perfect. I would now like to honor the top 3 of this tournament. The third place, he is known for his laser focus, for calm decision-making and absolute consistency. He won both matches against Vincent Keymer in the finals, and I would like to invite Fabiano Caruana up on stage. It was amazing being in Paris and watching these wonderful games of all of you. You did an amazing job at exciting us and the audience everywhere around the world. So, we saw everything in this tournament. We saw happiness, we saw sadness, we saw heartbreak, all on the board. And now, it comes to an end. But not forever. We're very much looking forward to seeing you in the US. Thank you very much.
Chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? All I want now is you.
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip. Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my blood.